Blue Sox baseball, for the final time in the regular season, is back. Live from Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field, this is the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. And tonight's matchup, two playoff-bound teams getting ready for the tournament. The 25-17 Utica Blue Sox host the 33-6-1 Amsterdam Mohawks. Hello, everybody, and good evening. Welcome to Blue Sox Baseball. Thank you so much for watching today and all season long. My partner, once again, is Killian Efron, and I'm Morgan Spriggs. This game has no meaning on the playoff standings. The Blue Sox are locked into the 3 spot, and Amsterdam is the top seed. But, Killian, what game implications does it have on the season for the Blue Sox? What does this game matter in any way?
Well, Utica's coming off of an emotional win last night against Glens Falls. So for the Blue Sox, if they're able to get a win over Amsterdam, a team that they haven't beaten once this season, even if Amsterdam is mostly resting their starters, it would do wonders for their momentum as they prepare to face Socrates tomorrow night. Socrates is a team that has been absolutely stellar in this last stretch of the regular season. They've been extremely difficult to beat, especially at home. The Blue Sox know that firsthand. So any type of momentum that they can gain from the game tonight will do wonders tomorrow as they take on the Stallions.
Well, this is the 8th and final meeting of the regular season between Amsterdam and Utica. They may face each other in the playoffs, and the Mohawks have dominated the regular season matchup. 7 wins for Amsterdam, 0 for the Blue Sox in the past meetings, and Amsterdam scored 100 runs against the Blue Sox to just 50 for Utica, so it's really been a domination. See if the Blue Sox, with some of the substitutes in for both sides throughout the game, see if Utica can come away with a victory. Well, we have to look at the playoffs. Previewing the Socrates matchup, the Blue Sox will be on the road at the Stallions tomorrow in the divisional semifinals. What's your outlook, Killian?
Well, the Socrates offense at home is absolutely stellar. They are extremely tough to beat when they're able to get out ahead early. And we've seen the Blue Sox go out to Socrates earlier on this year, get out to an early lead, and then proceed to lose that lead because Socrates' offense is so good. It's very reminiscent of how Amsterdam's is right now almost, Morgan. So you have a red-hot offense you're going to run into tomorrow. So I think today this is really your final opportunity to figure out what works and what doesn't, because tomorrow you have to be firing on all cylinders if you want to get that win and move on to the division final. And
finally, there are some records that we have to watch out for today. What do you have, Killian, on that front?
Well, starting off, I'm looking at Jack Sweeney for the single-season home run record. He currently sits at 8 right now. He's one shy of tying the all-time single-season record, which is 9. And with the Amsterdam pitching tonight, which they're not playing their best pitchers, there's a good shot he might be able to tie that or even become the first Blue Sox in history to record double-digit home runs in one season. So a big opportunity for him as he is in this record chase with just one game to go in the regular season.
And another record we're looking out for, Anthony Peritano. If he has 1 run batted in today, he will tie for fourth place on the all-time Blue Sox RBI list. And if he gets 2, he'll be in 4th place all by himself. Well, those are some records. The game won't matter for the standings, but the Blue Sox want to beat Amsterdam for the first time this season going into the playoffs. It's the final regular season game of the season for the Blue Sox as they face the Mohawks. They will have first pitch and lineups coming up. Stay with us.
At this time, we ask that you please rise if you are able and kindly remove your hats as we honor America and the great men and women who protect this country at home and abroad with the singing of our national anthem. Here to perform tonight, please welcome Terry Prescamano.
Oh, son, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We're back. The Blue Sox regular season finale against the Amsterdam Mohawks. Thank you so much for being with us today. An absolutely gorgeous day at the ballpark. Sunny, blue skies ahead, and it's really going to be a great ball game today. And as the PA announcer is saying right now, I'm going to repeat it. Paul Volman, who is throwing out the ceremonial first pitch for today's regular season finale, was the relief pitcher for Doug Dillette in the 1981 Blue Sox minor league opening day contest. So Dillette started and Volman relieved him, and Paul is throwing out the first pitch, reuniting with Doug. So that's a pretty cool aspect of the Blue Sox history. Now let's take a look at the Blue Sox starting pitcher. It is Brady Reardon making his first start of the year. What do you have on Brady, Killian?
Well, Reardon hasn't gotten the most work out of the Blue Sox pitchers. Only 6 innings pitched on the season with a 10.5 ERA. He does have a win credited to his name at 10 Ks and only 8 hits allowed, but a whip of 2 exactly shows you that he can give up base runners during these innings, so the Blue Sox fielders are going to have to make sure they do their jobs, because with this Amsterdam team, their base runners are elite, so you can't be giving up free base runners in this situation where Amsterdam really can steal.
Now let's take a look at Keith Griffin's Mohawks lineup. Both teams will have substitutes coming in at some point in this game, but here is how the lineup stacks up for Reardon in the first inning. Bobby Pierce Jr., the shortstop, leads off, followed by the dangerous Aiden Dill in center field, batting second. Taylor Bells of the left fielder bats third, followed by Gabriel Rivera, the third baseman, in the cleanup spot. Another big home run hitter, Robert Mello, the designated hitter, bats fifth. Andrew Halub, the extra hitter, bats sixth. Jordan Perry, the right fielder, batting seventh. Zach Johnson, the first baseman, batting eighth. Brady Mills, the catcher, in the ninth spot. And rounding out the order is Tyler Figueroa, the second baseman.
And Morgan, this is a good mix between some of their big starters and some guys that don't get as much time, as many at-bats. So you can see the strategy here from Keith Griffin is that he knows this is ultimately a meaningless game. The Mohawks are either going to host Oneonta or Mohawk Valley. We don't know quite yet. It's going to depend on what happens in the Oneonta game tonight. But they've done their job. So they're going to use tonight to kind of get some guys reps that maybe haven't had as many reps so far on the season. And it's probably a good decision, because if one of their main guys goes out, you want to know who you can rely on in that situation.
Amsterdam with a very impressive 33 wins on the year, and 7 of their wins have come against the Blue Sox. Could today be the day that Utica finally beats Amsterdam, with the Mohawks not being at full strength? We'll find out. We are about ready to go as the infield converges on the mound. getting ready for the contest and talking with Brady Reardon as Bobby Pierce Jr. waits in the on-deck circle. So Pierce Jr. is ready. He is starting in his 6th game on the year. The numbers are impressive. A .429 batting average with 2 doubles and 5 runs batted in. So Pierce has some pop at the top of the order today for Amsterdam. First pitch is in for a strike, and away we go, right on time at 5:15 p.m. The 0-1 pitch is just outside to even up the count.
Reardon likes to attack early in these counts with fastballs, and we just saw him throw 2 consecutive. He's usually pretty successful with that.
That ball bounces away from the grasp of Miller. It is 2-1 on a breaking ball. Amsterdam can punch you in the mouth fast with their bats. Reardon wants to keep that at bay. The 2-1 pitch is pushed on the ground past second base and into right field for a base hit. So leadoff single for Pierce Jr. That makes his 7th hit on the year, and it brings up Aiden Dill.
Well, it's a little bit early on the swing there for Pierce Jr., but he was able to have it be powerful enough that he could propel that one through the gap, so he gets on base to start things off. And now you got Dill, who's a very dangerous hitter for Amsterdam, trying to drive things along early for the Mohawks.
He swings away at the first pitch and singles into right field. Back-to-back singles to open up the game for Amsterdam, and Reardon's in a bit of trouble. 3 batters in. It brings up Taylor Belza, the left fielder. Belza is making his 26th start on the year. He has 5 home runs to his name, 9 doubles and 1 triple. .347 average for Belza. Already a runner in scoring position after 2 hits for Amsterdam. And the first pitch is pumped high for ball 1 to open up the at-bat. An absolutely gorgeous late July day. Earlier start time on a Sunday, late afternoon, early evening. And the Blue Sox trying to win in the regular season finale. The 1-0 gets the call, a fastball off the top corner, and the count levels to 1-1. So both singles for Amsterdam have been hit to the right side past Flashner. We'll see if Belza tries to pull that way as well or tries to go oppo. Instead, he takes the ball outside. It is 2-1.
And you can see the Blue Sox, not really any attempts at keeping the runners on the bag. They're just keeping their infielders in their normal spots, trying to protect against the ground ball or the line drive, which we've already seen 2 of early on in this game.
The 2-1 from Reardon. Nubbed in front of the mound, and it's a foul ball, 2-2. So both runners have to go back. Dill with a ridiculous 30 stolen bases on the year, but if he steals, Pierce has to steal as well because Bobby's at second base. So any steal for Dill would have to be a double steal. Runners stay put on a 2-2, and it's flown to the left side and foul. Pierce Jr., meanwhile, no stolen bases and no attempts. Though that, I'm sure, partially has to do with the fact that he hasn't played many games this season, just 6 coming into today. The 2-2 again from Reardon. He checks the lead runner, throws home, swing on a soft ground ball, bounce to Flashner, who fields and sidearms to Tomei for out number 1. That advances the runners to second and third. 1 gone. Now let's take a look at the defense for the Blue Sox. Catching for Reardon is Caleb Miller. R.J. Tomei is at first. Flashner has been busy at second. Paratano at shortstop and Francella at third. The outfield left to right, Sweeney, Jones, and Smith. Now to the cleanup hitter. Another big bopper, it's Gabriel Rivera, the third baseman.
And Morgan, I'm curious to see how long they give these starters for Amsterdam. Maybe 1 or 2 times around the order before they start subbing them out, because obviously you don't want to see them get plunked and have to miss the first playoff game or 2.
Rivera takes a ball down low. Gabriel with 10 home runs on the year. And he's in a 2-0 advantage. So Reardon trying to pitch around Rivera, try not to give him a meatball right over the middle that he can smash over there, the Murnane Field outfield fence. 3-0 now. One more ball away from it being a bases loaded situation. Amsterdam has 2 runners in scoring position in the first inning. Both reached on singles and moved over on a 4-3 ground out. Rivera ready, 3-0 count. Brady Reardon set. And the pitch is taken low for ball 4. And that's an easy base on balls for Rivera. So Gabriel takes a walk, and he extends his team lead, 28 walks on the season for him. So now here's Robert Mello with 3 on.
This is not who you want to face in this spot. Robert Mello is very capable of crushing a ball. We've seen him do it already here at Murnane Field this year. Already has a couple extra base hits here against the Blue Sox, so he is very dangerous. They got to be careful against him.
Reardon misfires on the first pitch inside, 1-0. Mello a .426 average, 9 doubles, and 7 home runs. And the 1-ball pitch is in tight, 2-0. So Reardon trying to gain back his control after a 4-pitch walk, and it's now 2-0 to Mello. Swing and a pop fly into shallow left, and a massive second out to Anthony Peritano. Reardon needed that pop out. A dangerous hitter is gone in Robert Mello. I mean, to be frank, most of the Amsterdam hitters are pretty dangerous in some way. Here comes Andrew Holub. Holub is starting his 4th game on the year. 10 hits, 4 doubles, and a homer for him. Base is still loaded. Reardon got a big second out, see if he can get out of the jam. And he fires at a first pitch strike. Runners at every base in the first. 2 singles and a walk issued from Reardon. Try to check. And did he go around? No, it's 1-1.
If you're Holub here, I'd imagine you're going to be pretty particular about what you swing at. You don't want to waste this golden opportunity, but you do have 2 outs, so he's got to be smart here. Only swing at stuff that really speaks to him.
He doesn't swing on that bouncing curveball. It's 2-1. Pierce Jr. at third, Dill at second, Rivera at first. Jordan Perry on deck. In the top of the first inning, Reardon with a 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Reardon's one more strike away from stranding. The bases loaded. What an escape that would be. The infield's playing back. And here's the 2-2. Grounded into left field. That's a base hit. Pierce Jr. scores. Dill is rounding third. The throw to the plate. The tag. And he got him. No, they say safe. The umpire changes his mind upon realizing the ball got out of Miller's glove. That scores 2 runs.
Well, you know the Blue Sox aren't going to like that, but unfortunately, I mean, that's the nature of the rule. The catcher's got to keep control of that ball. The tag was applied, but he did end up losing the ball. So ultimately, it scores 2 runs, but you know the Blue Sox are going to want that one back.
A 2 RBI hit for Andrew Holub, and here's Perry into the batter's box. So Amsterdam cashes in with 2 outs. And now trying to score more with runners at second and third. First pitch is high for ball 1. If you're keeping track at home, Andrew Holub goes down with a 2-run single. He advanced to second on the throw to home. The count 1-0 to Jordan Perry in the pitch. It is lofted into shallow left. Peritano is over. He camps under it and makes the catch just outside the infield dirt for out number 3. Amsterdam gets 2. Blue Sox coming up in the bottom of the inning. Sam Felice is on the mound for Amsterdam as we return in the bottom of the first inning. And taking a look at Felice's stats, a 7.94 ERA is making his 3rd start and 8th appearance on the year. And we will get you the lineup right now with Michael Flashner leading off. In the infield playing second base, and it's Francella, Sweeney, and Peritano. Then batting 5th is Connor Jones, followed by Tomei and Smith. Batting 8th, Ethan Madison, followed by Christian Cerrone and Caleb Miller. That is your Blue Sox lineup for the final regular season game. Sam Felice is ready. Flashner is too. First pitch at the bottom of the inning is taken low for ball 1. So the Blue Sox, if they win, it had to be in comeback fashion. 2 runs scored on a single by Andrew Hollub in the top of the first. That's inside 2-0. And I played a little intrigue to it because the throw to Miller to get the second runner coming home, Aiden Dill, looked to be in time for the out, but the ball got out of his glove, and the umpire ruled Dill safe in the end. The 2-0 pitch. 3-0. That looked to be a good fastball, but a little in tight. And so Flashner has the count well in his favor right now.
Flashner's particularly good at this. He can work these counts into his favor. He takes a lot of walks. That's why they have him in a leadoff spot. He can get on.
There's a strike, 3-1. A fastball right down the heart of the zone. Flashner is well ahead of anybody else on the Blue Sox in terms of walks on the year. He has 35. The next highest is Xavier Smith with 23. That's fouled. A line drive to the protective netting on the left side of the field. It's 3-2. Flashner, additionally, his batting stats look like this. .328 average, 7 doubles, no home runs, 21 runs batted in. So a 3-2 count. Felice is set. And the lefties pay off. Outside ball 4 and walk number 36 for Flashner in 2026. And here is the defense for Griffin's Mohawks. Catching for Felice is Mills. At first base, Zach Johnson. Figueroa at second, Pierce Jr. at short, and Rivera at third. In the outfield, left to right, Belza, Dill, and Perry. Batting second, Kevin Francella. And the first pitch is cut on and missed. Strike 1. And Killian, a 4-hit night yesterday for Francella in the win over Glens Falls. He was our player of the game.
Absolutely, and you know he's going to try to keep that momentum coming into a game against a really elite playoff team like Amsterdam. Just try to push that through for that matchup against Socrates tomorrow night, which you know is on the forefront of the mind of all the Blue Sox players alongside this game that's ongoing right now.
It's quickly 0-2 to Kevin. Already has a runner on base. On deck, Jack Sweeney. The 0-2 is blocked low by Mills. 1-2 from Felice. So both teams experimenting with their lineups and their pitchers they're going to throw in this game, because it doesn't matter in the standings. They may try some different orientations with their defenses and with their arms. The 1-2 pitch is outside. Fastball off the top corner. And the count evens up. So both Flashner and now Francella making Felice work, not chasing in any capacity. Trying to stay disciplined at the plate. And here comes the 2-2. Another nice take by Francella, and we've got back-to-back full counts in the bottom of the first.
If you're Francella here, I mean, I would imagine you probably would swing, just considering how hot he's been as of late, at anything that he thinks is remotely close.
Swing at a ground ball, picked at second, the throw to short for the out, the turn to first, and that's a 4-6-3 double play. Figueroa to Pierce Jr. and to Johnson. And the runners are erased. So now to the plate, Jack Sweeney. He's had a spectacular year with 8 home runs in 2026, leading the Blue Sox in that category. Furthermore, if he hits a home run today, he will tie for first place in Blue Sox single-season home run history. First pitch. That was a home run cut, but came up empty, 0-1. So Sweeney, he gets 1 home run, he ties the record. If he gets 2 home runs today, he'll be the first Blue Sox player in history to have double-digit home runs in a year. The 0-1. And it bounced inside, almost hit him, and it's 1-1.
It's been a bit of inconsistency here for Felice early on. Really struggling to just kind of find his zone consistently.
The 1-1, and that ball skips in and to the backstop. 2-1 on Jack. Sweeney's more than just a home run hitter. He's a well-rounded hitter. .310 batting average with 9 doubles, 31 RBIs, and that leads the team as well. 2-1. Way outside into the glove of Mills. So every batter that Felice has faced has gone to 3 balls. 3-2 on Flashner and Francella, now 3-1 on Sweeney. Nubbed foul, and we have back-to-back-to-back 3-2 counts. Felice really got bailed out by the double play ball, or else the Blue Sox could be looking at a run-scoring opportunity here. It was just a perfect double play ball, tailor-made to Figueroa, and Amsterdam made it look really simple when they turned that double play. There was great defense there. Here comes the 3-2 pitch to Sweeney. That's up high for a ball, and he walked him. Sweeney with walk number 22 on the year. That's the second walk of the inning for the Blue Sox, and it brings up Anthony Paratano.
And unfortunately for Sweeney, there weren't really any pitches in that at-bat that you would really consider hittable. It was kind of all over the place, and you just had to hope that they just kind of missed the zone.
Here comes Paratano. He's also on record watch. 1 RBI today, and he is tied for 4th place in career RBIs in Blue Sox history. If he gets 2, he has 4th place all to himself. And the first pitch from Felice to the plate. The left-hander fires up high and away, 1-0. So Felice has not been the best control pitcher today we've seen, but it hasn't cost him in any run capacity so far. 2-0 Amsterdam, bottom of the first, 1 on and 2 out. And the 1-0 is into right center field. Dill moves over and watches that ball drop into the gap. Sweeney rounds third. Paratano on his way for 3 bases. He dives in. The tag is late. Anthony Paratano with an RBI triple, and it's official. Anthony Paratano is now tied for 4th place on the all-time Blue Sox run-batted-in list. What a career for Paratano, and what a hit.
And Morgan, it's a bit polarizing what was going on in the outfield there. I mean, against a hitter like Paratano who can really hit it wherever, They left a massive gap in right center field, and that burns them in the end. Paratano drives in the run, and he's now on third base. And Jones has the opportunity to tie this game up.
First pitch to CJ, taken outside, 1-0. So this crowd explodes with joy on the Paratano three-baser. The 1-0 from Falaise. Taken away again. Another fastball missed the spot. 2-0. So Connor Jones at the plate for Paratano. That makes 2 triples for him on the year. Only Fernsler has more with 3. 3-0. A chance for a third walk in the inning if Jones picks up all 4 for the Blue Sox. Falaise has had trouble with command. See if he can command this pitch into the zone on a 3-0. He doesn't. That's a wild pitch. The dive at the home plate area, and he got him out to end the inning. That ball ricocheted well for Mills to pick it up and tag out Paratano at home. The Blue Sox make a little bit of history in the bottom of the first and cut the deficit in half. We go to the second, 2-1 Amsterdam. We are back in the top of the second inning. Amsterdam 2 and Utica 1. Leading off is Zach Johnson, the first baseman, and we have a defensive change. Taking over for Kevin Francella at third is Levine. First pitch is called for a strike. It's 0-1. Johnson at the plate, Mills on deck, facing Reardon in the second inning. The 0-1 is a little outside on the slider. So Levine at the hot corner, first of many defensive changes we'll see today. Kevin Francella got 1 at bat. The 1-1. Tried to check, and he did, 2-1.
Morgan, I would get used to hearing that there have been position changes because I'm expecting that's probably how it's going to be all night. Levine in for Francella is the first one of them.
Infield back, especially at second. The 2-1 pitch is rolled to the left side and foul near the third base coach's box. And it's 2-2. And a chance for Zach Johnson to give the fans free tacos if he strikes out here. He's the final Taco Bell K-man of the regular season. Reardon delivers. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. And tacos for all. First strikeout for Reardon. And there's one gone in the second.
It was almost a half-hearted swing there, Morgan. I guess he kind of realized a little too late that, oh, that's going to miss the zone, but he had to swing through it anyways.
So free Taco Bell for anybody who wants it with the Blue Sox partnership with the chain. After Johnson strikes out, here's Brady Mills taking the ball away.
Now batting the catcher, number 28, Brady Mills.
So Mills is the backstop today. He's the one that tagged out Paratano at home, as it's 1-1 on a cut and a miss. If this game gets close in the end, we'll remember that play. as Mills dove to home plate and got the tag on the dashing Peritano. The 1-1 pitch is into the other batter's box, the slider 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, called a strike on the outside edge, and the count's even, 2-2. Reardon trying to get back-to-back strikeouts in the second. Can he accomplish that here? And no. The appeal to first said he didn't swing. It's 3-2. Mills, a .351 hitter, 3 doubles and 2 bombs. See what he can do on a 3-2 pitch. He got him looking. Strike 3 called, and Reardon with back-to-back strikeouts in the second. Johnson's retired, Mills is retired, and it comes down to Figueroa, the 10-hitter in the lineup.
Well, aside from the trio of singles and a walk that Reardon's given up so far, I mean, he's had great command over his pitches, and that's further proof right there, back-to-back Ks.
A breaking ball missed low and away, 1-0 to Figueroa. Tyler this season, a .321 batting average. It's 2-0 on a curveball that just missed the spot. Total of 9 extra base hits for Figueroa. 2 of those hits, home runs. Everybody can hit in the Amsterdam lineup, that's for sure. It's 3-0 quickly on the bouncing ball covered by Miller. So Reardon does not want to issue a walk here with 2 out to turn the lineup over to the top. And Bobby Pierce Jr. 2 out, none on, top second. The 3-ball pitch is way outside and ball 4. So it's a walk for Figueroa. 20 base on balls this year for Tyler, and there's 1 on for Pierce Jr. Bobby singled and scored in the first inning. He came home on the Hollab single.
It was a pull single that he was able to hit to lead off this game. Let's see how the infield adjusts for the Blue Sox, knowing that that's kind of what he skewed towards earlier on.
Strike 1 on the curveball from Reardon. We'll see how long Brady goes in this game. The Blue Sox, I'm sure, are going to have several changes on the mound throughout the contest to get pitchers warm and ready for the postseason. That's rolled over foul 0-2. But Reardon definitely wants to make it a scoreless second inning after he gave up 2 runs in the first. On a gorgeous Sunday early evening, Reardon with the 0-2 pitch. Runner takes off from first. There's a strike 3 called. The play at second doesn't matter because that's out number 3. Pierce goes down looking. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Brady Reardon. We go to the bottom of the second. Blue Sox down a run. We're back for the bottom of the second. RJ Tomei leads us off. He'll be followed by Xavier Smith and Ethan Madison. Blue Sox got a run in the first on a triple by Anthony Peritano. And for a quick weather update, Killian Efron.
Well, Morgan, we're starting to see a bit of a rain shower actually go up just to the northeast of the stadium here after this little fly ball.
Out number 1, caught by Aiden Dill. Continue, Killian.
But the way the storms are moving today is they're actually kind of moving off to the southwest, so we could potentially get impact by this bit of rain that's gone up from to our northeast, and you can actually see it from the field. So might be something a bit interesting to deal with later on.
Thanks so much, Killian. You're not just a great broadcaster, you are a great weather aficionado.
Thank you, Morgan.
You're very welcome. You earned it. Ball down low to the X-Man, 1-0. Smith is playing in right field. 32 games started coming into tonight, so this is his 33rd. And the 1-0 from Felice. Can't find the zone, quickly 2-0. Smith on the year, 286 batting average. Second on the club, tied with Madison in the doubles category, just behind Sweeney. And Smith has lifted off for 1 home run. And the count is quickly 3 balls and no strikes on another misfire from Felice. Blue Sox have had good patience with their bats. 3 walks in the first inning, chance for 4 here. And there is walk number 4 of the game. The base on balls for Smith, and it brings up Madison with 1 out and 1 on.
And from Bowling Green, Kentucky, the extra hitter, number 15, Ethan Madison.
Ready to hit is Ethan Madison. He is the extra hitter today, with Miller assuming catching duties.
And with Madison being one of the normal starters for the Blue Sox, you got to wonder how long they keep him in if they do decide to take him out, which they're going to have that decision to make with a lot of the Blue Sox today, but especially with him at the EH role, they might try to use that to put in a different hitter that maybe they don't think should be out in the field in this situation.
Smith leading off the bag at first. Opening pitch is a strike to Madison. Nice breaking ball to the lower part of the zone. Smith has already been checked on a pickoff attempt once. He has 13 stolen bases on the year, so Felice has a right to be worried. Checked his swing on a curveball. It's 1-1. So Madison evens up the count with his checked swing. And the at-bat continues to its 3rd pitch. Felice is set. Smith inching off the bag. Held by Johnson. The 1-1. Hacked foul on a line drive. Right back behind home. And it's 1-2.
Well, following Madison, you'd have Cerrone coming up, and be interested to see what Cerrone can do in this situation. He's one of the Blue Sox best base stealers, so if he can get on, he could really move things along, but it starts with Madison here.
Swinging a fly ball to left field. Belza races back. It gives way for Dill, who camps under it for the catch. Another fly out to center in the 2nd inning. So after another F8, it brings up Christian Cerrone, the designated hitter.
Christian Cerrone.
Cerrone, a 308 average, starting his 17th game, playing in his 21st. 5 doubles on the year for Christian. See what he can do with 1 on. Up high, a fastball misses the spot from Felice. It's 1-0. A great crowd on hand for the regular season finale for the Blue Sox, and unless we get some upsets in the postseason, this would be the final home game in 2026, period. Another misfire, 2-0 on another fastball high. Felice is still having trouble with his control. It still only cost him 1 run, but we'll see how the rest of the day progresses. Smith still holding on the bag, doesn't run on a 2-0, and that's called for a strike on the 4-seam pitch on the top part of the zone. So it's 2-1 to Christian Cerrone. On deck, Caleb Miller. We've had a flyout, then a walk, and then another flyout in the second inning for the Blue Sox, down 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch. Just outside, 3-1. See if Cerrone can take the 5th Blue Sox walk of the game. Utica's just had 1 hit. That was the RBI triple for Anthony Paratano. Infield back except for first. And the 3-1. In for a strike right on the top of the zone. And the count fills up. Foy's trying to get out of the inning, straining a runner at first. Smith reached on a 1-out walk. Smith runs on the pitch, and a 3-2 is cut on a miss. He struck him out, and that's the inning. We head to the third. Blue Sox trail the Mohawks 2-1. Scoreless inning for both sides in the second inning. We head to the third, 2-1 Amsterdam. I'm Morgan Spriggs. My partner is Killian Heffron. And before the inning starts, I'd like to make a note of some Blue Sox success for another team in the organization. The Junior Blue Sox won the District 5 Junior Legion title yesterday, 6-5 on a walk-off sac fly. They beat Lowville Post 162. So congratulations to the Junior Blue Sox for an incredible season.
Yeah, Morgan, I saw the very end of that game, and it was a tight one. Lowville got a run in the top of the 7th, but unfortunately for Lowville, they had to face the Blue Sox in the bottom of the side, and Junior Blue Sox were able to walk it off and claim the district title.
Aiden Dill leads off against Reardon in the third. Dill 1-for-1 with a single, scored on the Hollub single. And the first pitch of the inning is outside for a ball. So Paratano broke free of the 5th place spot in the RBI list. He's now 4th all time as a 1-0 is down low. Anthony with 46 career RBIs with the Blue Sox. He is tied for 4th with Dewey Roden on the all-time leaderboard. So Anthony Paratano with an historic hit. Popped up and foul out of play to the left side. And it's 2-1 to Dill.
And Morgan, a little something interesting we have going on at the ballpark right now. We're starting to get some winds gusting out towards left field. This is actually from that rainstorm. You have the winds blowing down that's causing the rain, and it's kind of spreading out as it hits the ground. So it could cause the fly balls to do some weird things if we're able to see one.
A line drive right to Michael Flashner. He barely had to move to make the catch. One gone. So a line out to second for Dill. And here comes Belza. He's 0-for-1 with a ground out to second. So it's Belza batting and then Rivera in the third. First pitch of this at-bat is blocked low by Miller, ball 1. So the Blue Sox, you can still feel their competitive spirit. They still want to win this game, even if they're not going to rise up the standings if they emerge victorious. But they still have their drive in them. The 1-0 is swung on and missed, 1-1. Do you see that, Killian? Do you see the drive the Blue Sox still have on the field, even in the 43rd game of the season?
Definitely. They're still playing with a ton of energy. And you can tell that this game does mean something to them. They want to be able to take down Amsterdam at least once this year. But Morgan, additionally, I also want to make a note of this infield configuration here for Utica.
Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
The last time Belza was up, he grounded the second, and you can tell the Blue Sox are anticipating this happening again just off of how the infielders are playing. Second is way backed up.
Yeah, Flasher's several steps onto the grass, you're right.
Yeah, the third and short were playing a little tighter towards second base, but they've backed off a little bit now.
Ball yanked away from the batter, and Reardon shifts the count to 2-2 with that pitch. So see if the Blue Sox shifting their defense, expecting a pull to second, see if that works. 2-2. And there's a pull into right and a base hit. So the Blue Sox got the pulled ball, but not right to Flashner. Instead, it was to the fielder's left, and it's a single for Belza. He's now 1 for 2. It brings up Rivera, who walked his first time up. Gabriel batting with 1 on. So it really feels like the 2 through 5 spots in the lineup. I mean, again, everybody can hit with the Mohawks, but really it's Dill, Belza, Rivera, and Mello that are the big hitters that can really launch a ball for Amsterdam. First pitch strike. This is the kind of lineup that can beat you in so many different ways, and Reardon wants to get through this chunk.
But also, Morgan, I mean, this is the second time around for this lineup. How long do you think Keith Griffin would keep them in? Do you think this might be it after they get the second time around, then they start to make a bunch of changes?
It's certainly possible as the count shifts to 1-1. That ball bounced short of the mound, so a clear ball from Reardon, who's had a decent job with control today. Struck out the side in the second. So he's gotten those Ks. Gave up 2 runs in the first, none in the second. Runner takes off on a shot into right center field, and that's right between center and right for a base hit. That's going to go down as an RBI double as the throw goes into the infield. Scoring is Belza all the way from first. It's a double for Rivera, and Amsterdam extends their lead 3-1.
Well, good that Belza was taking off trying to steal the base, because he was almost a second by the time that ball even reached the ground, and then obviously then took a couple bounces, got all the way to the wall before the Blue Sox could get to it. So easily scoring there is Belza. That's great base running.
Brings up Robert Mello. He's over 1 with a pop out. So Amsterdam comes to the 3rd inning in a 2-1 game they've added on. First pitch to Mello is up high, off the glove of Miller. Now throws to third. Got him. Rivera caught stealing third. And there's 2 gone.
And Morgan, that's a bit of a confusing decision to go there. I mean, it looked like he didn't quite take off until the pitch got away, and then only bounced a couple times on the ground and kind of stayed right with the Blue Sox. So a bit of a polarizing decision why he would take off in that spot. And it gets him caught at third.
Ball blocked down in the dirt by Miller. 2 balls and no strikes. So that changes Robert Mello's strategy here, because a single wouldn't score a run. It's now 3-0 to Robert. Just 1 walk on the day issued by Reardon. That came in the first to Rivera. Reardon's 1 ball away from issuing his second. Doesn't want to do it, though, to Mello. Swing and a miss. Got him on the curveball, and it's 3-1. On deck, Andrew Holub, who hit the 2-run single in the first. 3-1 Amsterdam, they're looking for more, trying to extend the inning. 3-1 pitch is in tight, and he walked him. So Mello takes his base. And Amsterdam has a runner on for Holub. So here comes the extra hitter, trying to do some damage again, just like he did in the first.
This is the part of the lineup that gave the Blue Sox trouble back in the first.
That's called a strike. Good curving pitch by Reardon, and it's 0-1.
These first 6 batters really dominating the Blue Sox early on. So far that's looking to stay the same.
It's 1-1 on a curve, shielded by Miller. Mello was deking like he was going. Maybe like he would have tried to steal a base. He has 4 steals on the year. Outside again, 3-1 on the backhand by Miller. He throws it backhand to Reardon. And Brady trying not to walk back-to-back batters with 2 gone. It's 3 balls and 1 strike.
The Blue Sox just struggling to get the second out. I mean, they really would like a double play here. Just get out of the side with only a single run conceded and turn it back to your hitters. But obviously, it's not so simple as there's another walk.
That's ball 4.
Right fielder number 20, Jordan Perry.
So there is 2 out in the inning. The outs have been a line drive by Dill and a caught stealing of Rivera. But now there's 2 on, both on walks with Mello at second and Holub at first. And here comes Perry, who's 0 for 1 with a pop out. Reardon trying to keep this game 3-1. First pitch is ball 1. So both pitchers have had their control problems today. It's very typical for Amsterdam and Utica to have offensive bouts this season, where pitching maybe isn't exactly the best as it is in other games. The 1-0. Check to swing. It's 2 balls and no strikes. This season, Amsterdam has exactly doubled up the Blue Sox in scoring. In the first 7 meetings of the year, Amsterdam has scored 100 runs against the Blue Sox, and Utica has countered with 50. 2 balls and no strikes, 2 on. And that pitch is lined into right and foul. If that ball was a little bit to the left, Perry would have picked up an RBI or 2. That had a double written all over it. But it is a foul ball, and it is strike 1, and the count is 2-1.
Huge opportunity for Perry here. Not one of the players you typically see in the lineup for Amsterdam. Big chance for him to really make a statement as they go into the playoffs.
The 2-1 pitch is hit well to center field. Connor Jones races back, looks up, and that ball soars out of here. Forget about it. A 3-run home run for Jordan Perry, and he breaks this game open in the 3rd. It's 6-1.
And Morgan, right as I said it, this is a time for him to make a statement. He makes a complete statement. I mean, that was an absolute missile to dead center. That's 390 to get out there. It's not very easy to put a ball that far, and he's able to do it and blows this one wide open. 6-1 Amsterdam.
First baseman number 26, Zach Johnson.
That ball was massacred by Jordan Perry, his 4th home run of the year. And Amsterdam has scored 4 in the inning. They lead by 5. Here's Zach Johnson. First pitch is low for ball 4. So the walks really killed Reardon in this inning. 2 walks with 2 out to Mello and Holub, and they both score on the homer. The 1-0 misses again, 2-0. Blue Sox do have activity up in their bullpen. They have a couple of pitchers warming up. So this may be the end of the line for Reardon after the 3rd.
There's a big gap in right center right now in the Blue Sox outfield.
There's a strike, 2-1. Just caught the bottom of the zone.
Let's see what Zach Johnson can do about it.
The 1-1 is blocked by Miller. Had to do a lot of that this inning. It's 2-1. On deck, Brady Mills. 2-1 from Reardon. Another ball misses. And that'll walk him.
And you'd imagine this is probably going to be the end of the road here for Reardon. As you had the activity up in the bullpen, now you got a mound visit. And new pitcher coming on out for the Blue Sox. So Reardon's day is done. He's not quite able to get through 3 innings. And the Blue Sox bullpen now gets their opportunity to shine.
We'll take a break. New pitcher when we return. The new pitcher for the Blue Sox, replacing Brady Reardon, who went 2 2/3, is Anthony Catalano. Catalano coming in with a 9.72 ERA. And Anthony making his 5th appearance on the year. He's made 2 prior starts and 8 and a third innings pitched. He has struck out 3. Struck out 10 and walked 7. So 10 strikeouts and 7 walks for Catalano this year, appearing in the 3rd. And now here comes Brady Mills after the Zach Johnson 2-out walk. Big story in this inning, Perry's home run to center. A 3-run Johnson, as Dennis Eckersley would say. That first pitch is called for strike 1 to Mills, who's 0 for 1 with a K. The 0-1 is tailed foul to the left side, and it's 0-2.
And Catalano's going to be showing his best stuff right here. Just trying to get out of the side with only 4 runs conceded, and he would love nothing more than to retire his first batter.
Can he do it on 3 pitches? Nope. Ball 1. Great crowd on hand. The giveaway today was noisemakers. Or they call them thunder sticks, but they do make noise, so that's really their purpose. A lot of fans clapping them together on big moments. The 1-2 pitch was a lunging pop fly, foul territory. Can anybody catch it? No, the closest was Tomei. So still 1-2.
Would have been extra lease on life there for Mills. I mean, that ball, if he just put a little less on that, he would have been out, and that would have been the side, but Amsterdam stays alive, and they get the opportunity here to put up another run or 2 if Mills is able to get good contact.
Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Johnson on at first. Doesn't seem to have a notion of stealing a base, but it could happen. The 1-2 again. Miller tried to frame it, but it was ball 2. Count evens up. First batter of the inning was the 2-hitter Dill. We've come all the way to the 9-hitter. 2-2 pitch is blocked low. Nice slide by Miller. And it's 3-2. So another full count in this game. Mills wants to continue this frame and send it to Figueroa at the bottom of the order. 3-2 pitch from Catalano. Outside, ball 4, and another walk.
And this is where the Blue Sox will get into trouble. If they keep dishing out free walks like what's been going on in this inning, it's going to put them in a really bad spot. This is now the 4th walk here in the top of the 3rd.
Here's Figueroa. He walked his last time up in the second inning, so his second plate appearance. Blue Sox, in their last 5 batters, they've issued 4 walks and given up a home run. The opening pitch from Catalano to Figueroa. That ball missed, 1-0. If Figueroa gets on base, Pierce will come up to hit and mean that Amsterdam is batted around in the third. The 1-0 missed again, 2-0. Both teams in the playoffs in the Eastern Division, both trying to vanquish defending PGCBL champion. I was going to say world champion, but just the PGCBL. Socrates won it last year. 2-0 is on the ground. Levine, the force play at third, is in time for the out, and we go to the bottom of the third. Blue Sox down 6-1. We're back in the bottom of the third. Another defensive change for Amsterdam. Andrew Ezel is now in left field, replacing Taylor Belza, batting third. And by all appearances, it seems like Sam Felice is back out for his third inning of work against Caleb Miller.
I mean, I wouldn't be too shocked if that were the case. Only conceded 1 hit so far, and he's done pretty well. The only hit he conceded was a pretty big one. It was a Paratano triple.
Yeah. He has given up 4 walks, though. Or, excuse me, yes, 4 walks. 3 in the first and 1 in the second. Here's Miller. First pitch bounced in for ball 1. So it's Miller batting for the first time in this game. Then it'll go back to the top of the order with Flashner. Levine would take his first at bat after that. The 1-0 from Felice. Swing and a miss. A bit of a half swing for Miller. And he came up empty. It's 1-1. And if anybody gets on base in this third inning for the Blue Sox, barring a double play, Jack Sweeney would hit with a chance to tie the single-season home run record in Blue Sox history. The 1-1 is a swing and a line drive into left field. It hangs up for the defensive substituted Ezel.
And Ezel is pretty successful against the Blue Sox. Last time these two matched up, which was in Amsterdam, he hit a pretty significant home run that really set things going for Amsterdam en route to a massive victory.
Here's Flashner. Walked his first time up. Trying to get on base again to start a bit of a rally in the third. Third base is playing in. That is Rivera. Of course, a bunt is always possible with Flashner. He doesn't bunt. Instead, he takes a strike to open the at-bat. 0-1. Levine is on deck, substituting for Francella at third base. And the 0-1 from Fillets. Misses the spot, 1-1. So again, as you said, Killian, just one hit allowed. That was the triple to Paratano. And despite the walks for Fillets, he's at a good spot right now. His team up 6-1 in the regular season finale. And the 1-1 pitch, Flashner tags one to the left side and foul over the netting. And it's 1-2.
Now, Flashner is one of those hitters that when you least expect it, he can sting you. So they got to be careful that they don't give him any easy pitches, or else he could really change the momentum of this game, which is currently all Amsterdam.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Fillets ready. In his motion, delivers. Up high for ball 2. (6-1) Amsterdam. They scored 2 runs in the first and 4 runs in the top of the third. And the 2-2 to Flashner and a half-swing line drive. Foul to the Blue Sox dugout. That was a bullet. So Flashner stays alive in the count. Digging back in a 2-2 ball strike situation. And the pitch is lined up the middle and into center for a base hit. So Flashner reaches base for the second time. That's his first single. He's 1 for 1. And now here comes Justin Levine.
Now batting from Staten Island, New York, third baseman, number 6, Justin Levine.
Here comes Staten Island's finest, Justin Levine. Of course, there's several players from Staten Island, so I don't want to say Levine is better than other players from Staten Island, but he's a good player like the rest.
Of the finest.
He's of the finest. First pitch to Levine is up high. So Justin didn't start in this game, but he'll be an integral part to the Blue Sox postseason push.
And with him and Francella kind of alternating, you might wonder if maybe there's a little question about who ends up starting during that playoff game. Do you put Francella or Levine in? Both have been on third base quite a bit this season.
In tight for a ball, 2-0. Jack Sweeney is on deck. Unless it's a double play, he will hit in the inning. Jack sitting on 8 home runs. The 2-0. That's called for a strike, a fastball on the outside edge. It's 2-1. Runner takes off. There's a ball down low. No throw to second. And a diving stolen base for Michael Flashner.
And Morgan, that's one of the things that you can pretty much always expect to see at a Blue Sox game, a Flashner stolen base.
That makes 14 on the year. Flashner is now 1 behind Sweeney. 3-1 the count. Swing and a nip foul, 3-2.
Flashner thought about going again.
He did, yeah.
He shuffled like 4 or 5 times and was like, maybe this isn't the pitch.
Maybe next pitch.
He's certainly capable of doing so.
He is. Mills didn't even attempt to throw from home. He knew Flash had it stolen, and an errant throw could put him at third, so he didn't try. 3-2. The pitch. Ball 4 down low, and a walk for Levine. And here comes Sweeney with 1 out and 2 on.
Left fielder, number 17, Jack Sweeney.
Amsterdam having a mound visit before Jack Sweeney.
And there was nobody up in the bullpen for them, so
No.
but maybe just trying to calm him down.
Yeah. And with the substitutions we expect to continue today, we don't know if this could be the last chance for Sweeney to tie the record. He may get another at-bat after this, we just don't know. If the Blue Sox and Doug Dillette want to get more players some time at the dish before the regular season concludes. But it goes But it goes to say again that Sweeney has 8 home runs on the year. He hits one here. He ties the all-time single-season record in Blue Sox history.
It doesn't look like there's any changes here from Amsterdam, so.
They're keeping with Sam Felice after
But
he allowed a single to Flashner and a walk to Levine.
It looks like they are about to send someone out to the bullpen, though, because you can see one of their coaches in there kind of motioning, all right, no, you go, you go. So it feels like the pitches might be numbered here for Felice.
Here's Sweeney digging in. First and second occupied. And the pitch to second. It's not a pitch, it's a pickoff throw and a spinning one at that. And Flashner easily back to the base.
Smart from Felice there because Flashner has been shuffling around second for a while. I just want to keep him on and not give him the opportunity to try and take off.
First pitch to Sweeney is a pop-up. He wants that one to go foul out of play, and it does. 0-1. So Jack got under that pitch, trying to time his swing in this at-bat. Mistimed it a little bit, got away with it. So it's 0-1. Paratano is on deck. And here comes the 0-1 to Sweeney. Felice delivers. Up high for a ball, 1-1. Sweeney again is a walk maestro. Already had one on the day.
Every swing we've seen Sweeney do has been a powerful one. He's trying to hit it out of here.
Jack, 22 walks on the year. Flashner's going for third. Here comes the throw. It's late. 2 stolen bases for Flashner.
Well, you take your eye off of him, and that's what's going to happen. And Flashner, he even had time there to stutter a couple times, then take off. It wasn't just a direct, I'm going. He kind of thought about it a little bit, then went, and still got in without a tag attempt. So Flashner now 2 steals.
He's now tied in stolen bases for the Blue Sox this season with the guy at the plate. The 2-1, up high, 3-1.
And Sweeney just really hasn't gotten much to hit today. A lot of the pitches thrown to him have just been outside or high. They're not trying to give him anything to hit because they know what he's capable of.
Yeah,
but
you got that right.
You look in the right field, Morgan, there's also a ton of room out there. So if he wants to maybe not try to go for the home run, he's got plenty of space to try to hit this one.
That's in for a strike, and the at-bat continues 3-2. That ball could have been called for a ball 4 and a walk, but the at-bat stretches to its limits, 3-2. Paratano on deck, and the Blue Sox continue to get runners on base in the third. Yes, they will. Another walk for Sweeney, his second on the day. Back-to-back walks for the Blue Sox, and the bases are loaded for Paratano. Now this would be a time for him to take 4th place all to himself in the Blue Sox RBI list. Anthony recently tied for 4th place with a triple, scoring a run in the first. Paratano, 46 runs batted in his Utica career. First, second, and third with 1 out. Felice in trouble. First pitch is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. And it seems like the Blue Sox want to do some damage with their bats, but they're really just taking a lot of pitches outside and getting those walks. But if that gets runners on base, sure they don't mind.
And Paratano's a dangerous man to have at the plate. We saw him recently hit his first home run since his injury.
That ball is struck well to right center field. It carries back. It is caught at the warning track. Perry makes the catch for the out. It does bring home a run. Flashner scores. And Paratano is now alone in 4th place in Blue Sox RBI history. Congratulations to Anthony. 2 RBIs on the day. It's a sac fly to make it 6-2. He almost muscled that one out of there, but it's still an RBI. Here's CJ. He walked his first time up in the first inning. See what the Blue Sox can do. Runners on the corners and 2 gone. Runner moves from first. Here's the throw to second, and the ball gets away. And here comes Levine to score. On the missed throw to Sweeney at second, and Jack moves up to third, and the Blue Sox add on it 6-3. So Sweeney with a stolen base. The throw is errant to second, allows Levine to score, and Sweeney to move up 90 feet.
Morgan, I'd imagine this would go down as an E2, and it looks like it will. The error goes to 1 for Amsterdam, so that's the first error in this game, and the Blue Sox have been playing a lot of games where the errors have been limited. For instance, their game against Glens Falls yesterday, neither team committed an error.
Ball 2 from Felice as Jones had to contort away from the pitch to prevent getting hit.
But this also continues the theme of the last time these two met. Amsterdam recorded 3 errors while the Blue Sox recorded 0.
Sweeney at third, and the 2-0 is high to the backstop. Here comes Sweeney to slide in and score, and it's 6-4. The Blue Sox finding ways to tack runs onto the board and cut the deficit down. It's gone from a 6-1 game entering the bottom of the third to a 6-4 game at this moment.
And it's really just Amsterdam shooting themselves in the foot. They can't really do much here in terms of keeping these runners steady. We've seen a lot of stolen bases. We've seen an error result in the run.
A drive out to left field. Ezel is looking up, and that ball bounces off the top of the wall. Jones is into second, and the Blue Sox have something cooking here. The tying run will come to the plate in the form of R.J. Tomei. Jones almost got that one out of here, but it goes down as a double. Still, CJ would love to take 2 bases, and he does.
It bounced off the yellow part on the top of the wall, and you know
Almost.
Jones is going to be kicking himself for that, but he will still gladly take the double. Just, you know, he definitely would prefer that to have gone the extra 1.5 inches and gone out of here.
Amsterdam will make a pitching change. And Killian, I'd like to converse more about this game, so we're going to actually keep it here as the Mohawks continue to shuffle around their lineup and their pitching staff. They've already made 1 defensive change with Ezel on left. They're bound to make more defensive changes throughout the game, and they're making a change on the mound. But do you know the basketball game around the world that you would play, like, in your backyard or something? Do you know that?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
I'm not a big basketball player.
Okay, but it's basically where you stand in a specific spot and you try and hit a shot, and then if you get it, you go around to the next spot. So that was basically Jack Sweeney. In the 3rd inning, he got on base on a walk, then he stole second, he went to third on an error and scored on a wild pitch. That reminded me of the around the world basketball game. Because Sweeney went around the world, Killian.
Well, it also kind of shows that Amsterdam, like I said earlier, they're shooting themselves in the foot quite a bit.
I know.
That hit there from Jones, that was only the Blue Sox 3rd hit on the day. So 4 runs now for Utica on 3 hits. And realistically, it's 4 runs on 2 hits because that last hit there from Jones was with nobody on. So Amsterdam's got to really clean their game up defensively because they're just handing the Blue Sox free runs right now.
(6-4) Amsterdam, but the Blue Sox have scored 3 runs in this inning after Amsterdam scored 4 in the top of the frame. The new pitcher for Amsterdam is Ian Bruce. He's making his 7th appearance on the year. He has an ERA of 6 on the dot. So Bruce is replacing Sam Felice, who went 3 2/3. Allowed 4 runs and is responsible for the runner at second. And just a quick note of thanks and appreciation for all the parents, friends, family that watched throughout the season. We recognize you. We thank you so much for all your support throughout the season, not just of the ball club, but of our broadcast. It means a lot. So thank you so much.
It really has been a fun season through all the ups and downs.
I mean, they went from 6-11 to in the playoffs. This is a team that was struggling to start the year, and they turned into a machine midway through the year. It's been a lot of fun, Killian.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we can have some more fun in this game before the playoffs start, and it's bound to, and the fun meter is about to get turned up to 10 when Saugerties hosts. Here comes Tomei, facing new pitcher Another stolen base attempt into right field, base hit. Jones is around third, and he scores with ease. RBI single R.J. Tomei. Jones was taking off for third on Bruce's first pitch, and then realized he could score because Tomei just hit a single. It's 6-5.
Just not good right now from Amsterdam. We kind of figured out, we kind of figured that this is what was going to happen. I mean, just a kind of chaotic game with all the non-usual starters in, but you know Amsterdam was not hoping to be in this situation where they got off to a big lead and then they immediately let Utica back in the game.
Here comes the X-Man with one on. First pitch in for a strike. Second pitch, Ian Bruce throws. Smith walked in his first plate appearance. That came in the second. Now here in the third, he has a runner on at first. Throw back to the bag, and Tomei is in safely. And unless a pickoff is successful today, we'll only have one pickoff at Donovan Stadium this year. That was Wes Maximo in game 1 of the doubleheader. The 0-1 missed the zone on a curve away, 1-1.
Little update on a game that Amsterdam might find pretty intriguing. Oneonta currently leads Boonville 7-3. If Oneonta comes away with a win in that game, as that pitches in their first strike, it's 1-2. If Oneonta comes away with a win in that game, the Mohawks will face the Outlaws in the first round. If they don't, and Boonville snaps their 19-game losing streak, then they face Mohawk Valley in the first round. So to win and you're in for the Outlaws up there in Boonville.
The 1-2 pitch. Just got a piece of it, and it's fouled away. Boonville, their last win came against the Blue Sox. That was June 27th.
Yeah. Lumberjacks entirely winless in the month of July. They've lost 19 straight, and this is their last game of the season. So if Oneonta makes the playoffs, it means Boonville ends the season on a 20-game losing streak.
It's been a tough ride for Boonville in the month of July, that's for sure. The 1-2 pitch coming from Bruce. Smith rolls one foul.
And manager Dillette there almost grabbed that one on the one hop with his bare hand.
He's an athlete. He's a baseball player. Mentioned in the Open that he was part of the Blue Sox system when he was a minor leaguer in the 80s.
Unfortunately for him, it kind of bounced away, but close. Maybe he'll get another chance at one.
Sure it will. 1-2 pitch is pushed on the ground to short, and the underhand toss from Pierce ends the inning. The Blue Sox put up 4, and it's a 6-5 game going into the 4th inning. Stay with us.
We are through 3 here at Murnane Field. It's 6-5 Amsterdam as we're back to the top of the order for the 3rd time in this game for the Mohawks. Bobby Pierce Jr., the shortstop, leading off as the lefty comes on in to face the righty pitcher for the Blue Sox in Catalano. Leadoff pitch. That's in there for a call, strike 0-1.
This is all the makings of a slug slugfest, like just a 11-10 bout kind of deal.
That one's grounded, and it's an easy play at first base. It was a little tight towards the end. Great effort there by Pierce there to try and get to the base in time, but unfortunately, he's slightly beaten out, and that's one down. So Aiden Dill, the center fielder, now comes on up. He singled and lined out in this game. He's recorded a run, one of the 6 Amsterdam runs on the day. Mohawks with 6 hits and the only error. Blue Sox with 4 and no errors. And the center fielder, Dill, steps on in for the 3rd time today. He takes the first pitch from Catalano outside 1-0. Blue Sox infield heavily skewed to the right, and Dill watches that one go low 2-0. A little bit of activity in the Blue Sox bullpen. We'll see how long Catalano goes for. He's been pretty successful. Was able to come in relief at the end of the 3rd there, as this one is grounded easily to second. The throw to first is in time. A beautiful little play there by Michael Flashner, and he turns that one over to R.J. Tomei.
He's been great at second base since he made kind of the switch mid-season from when he was playing shortstop all the time. Paratano taking over the shortstop role, and Flashner's been such a natural at second base.
Here's Ezel. He's the man who had the Blue Sox number at the plate the last time these two met in Amsterdam.
2 home runs for Ezel. He was a huge factor in the Mohawks picking up the victory in that one.
It's the first time we've seen him today. Coming in relief for Taylor Belza, and he immediately lines one into center for a base hit. So Ezel continues on the run he was on the last time these two met, and leads off his day with a single, and with 2 down, Amsterdam's got a runner on base. This will bring up Gabriel Rivera. Rivera already an RBI double and a walk on today, so he's been successful. He was caught stealing on a bit of a concerning play where he tried to go for 3rd on a wild pitch that he probably shouldn't have tried to take off on. Leadoff pitch here to Rivera from Catalano. That one misses outside 1-0. It's a beautiful night here at Murnane Field. Temperatures dipping into the low 80s. Rain is still somewhat around the ballpark, but it's managed to avoid this game so far. And we're sure these players hope that that continues as that second pitch misses low and inside 2-0.
Well, Killian, if you remember, we had a rain shower in the opening game of the season. Wouldn't it be fitting the last regular season game we have some rain too?
Only time will tell. This one's fouled off. Rivera getting in front of that one. Fooled a bit by the off speed. Catalano looking to retire the side with no runs allowed. It would be only the 2nd time in the game that that's happened so far. In the 2nd inning, the Blue Sox were able to avoid conceding any runs. The 2-1 to Rivera. And he takes that one right on the inside edge, strike 2, and the count evens up at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's a 6-5 ball game. Amsterdam with the lead and a runner on first. And Andrew Ezel. 2-2 coming. Ezel thought about taking off. The pitch is low, and Ezel will slide his way back on the first base. Probably a wise decision. He didn't try to go on that fastball. But the count is now full. 7 hits on the day for the Mohawks, looking for their 8th. Here's the pitch. And that one is grounded. A great play at 3rd by Levine. The throw is down, but scooped out at the floor.
What a play.
By R.J. Tomei to retire the side. Justin Levine gets over there and snags it on the ground. And the Blue Sox are able to get out of the side with no runs conceded. It's 6-5. We're through 3.5 here at Murnane Field. The score remains 6-5. Amsterdam unable to cash in the top half of the fourth. And this brings up Ethan Madison to lead things off for the Blue Sox. Madison on the day already flew out to center. Second time around the order here for the Blue Sox. After him, it's Cerrone and then Miller. And then we would be back to the top of the order with Flashner. Madison trying to follow up a successful bottom of the third for the Blue Sox, where they put up 4 runs with the help of the sacrifice fly from Peritano and a single from Tomei. And a couple wild pitches and stolen bases mixed in there. Blue Sox only with 4 hits on the day. Nearly had a home run, but the hit from Jones was just maybe an inch too low and avoided bouncing out off the wall. It's 1-1 quickly to Ethan Madison, the extra hitter, standing in the right-handed batter's box, facing Ian Bruce, the right-handed pitcher. And he lines this one to center field. That's going to drop for a base hit, so it's a leadoff single for Ethan Madison. And the Blue Sox quickly have a runner on and have their 5th hit on the day. So Madison able to reach, and this will bring up Christian Cerrone. Cerrone already with a K on the day, the DH. The extra hitter and the designated hitter batting back-to-back. It's a bit different than what you usually see from manager Doug Dillette, where you'll usually find the EH earlier up in the order, but it's a good day to try new things. Christian Cerrone trying to avoid striking out for the second time today and looking to advance Madison along the base paths. And he stares at that first pitch low and outside, 1-0. Amsterdam outfield skewed off to the left slightly. Infield playing at their normal positions besides first, trying to keep Madison on the bag. You know Madison might be thinking about stealing in this situation. Here's the 1-0. Swung on the fastball, 1-1. After Cerrone, it's Caleb Miller. It's part of the order here for the Blue Sox. Hasn't recorded a hit yet on the day, the 9 and 10 hitter, although we've only seen them once. 1-1 coming to Cerrone here from Bruce. And he stares at that one down the middle, 1-2. Madison at first. Had the leadoff single to get things started here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Christian Cerrone staring down the 1-2. Here's the pitch from Bruce. Madison takes off. This is fouled, and this will end up out of play. And nearly hits a few fans standing down there. Nobody was able to see where it was, so they had
Be
to
careful for foul balls, guys.
Had to just kind of duck and cover.
Madison on the season, 4 stolen bases. He's been caught stealing once. He was trying to go for his 5th on that pitch, see if he tries to go again.
You'd imagine that Amsterdam kind of has it programmed into them now that the Blue Sox will try to steal bases after playing them 7-8 times, but Utica still being able to catch them off guard. The 1-2. Madison thought about it. Called strike 3. Down goes Tomei. His second strikeout of the day. This one in the form of the backwards K. Madison stayed put on first. Caleb Miller, the catcher, comes on up. He flew out to left. And after that, it will be Michael Flashner. Only 1 down here for the Blue Sox, so barring a double play, Flashner is up next. The leadoff offering from Bruce is a fastball down low, 1-0. Only 1 error committed today between either team. It's been a very solid game defensively. Amsterdam had their issues with wild pitches earlier on and stolen bases conceded. And here comes another one potentially. Madison going for second, and he is in, no problem. Ethan Madison, his 5th stolen base on the season, and the Blue Sox have a runner in scoring position with only 1 down.
So Madison becomes the 3rd Blue Sox player to pick up a steal on the game. Sweeney has 1 steal, and Flashner has 2.
So it's 1-1 to Miller with 1 down. A runner on second. Infield slightly skewed towards the left. Outfield playing in their normal positions. Besides the center fielder, Aiden Dill, who's kind of skewed off towards left field. Anticipating a pull, it seems, from the righty. 1-2 to Miller. The pitch from Bruce is swung on and chopped to third. It's an easy play for the Mohawks, and down goes Miller in the form of the 5-3 ground out.
Comes up back up to the top of the order, Killian. See what Flashner can do for his third at bat.
Second baseman, number 5, Michael Flashner.
Flashner already with 2 stolen bases on the day. He's walked and singled, so hasn't gone out yet. Scored a run in the third. And now he tries to push things along here for Ethan Madison, sitting at second. 2 down for Flashner, so the pressure is on a little bit. Infield heavily skewed to the left. Madison takes an absolutely ginormous lead, but they'll elect to not take off. He shuffled about halfway between second and third before coming back.
I don't know if stealing third is the right idea because it's not like going up 90 feet means a sacrifice could get you in. It's 2 outs, so there is no sacrifice. So I think Madison should stay put, but he could steal a base if he wants to. He has that talent.
Bruce kept his eye on him there. Flashner lines this one to left for a base hit. This should bring in Madison. He rounds third and he'll score easily. Flashner coming to second. The throw is high. Tag applying, not in time. He is safe. It's an RBI double for Michael Flashner. He scores Ethan Madison from second, and it's a tie ball game, 6-6.
Michael Flashner does it again. A BB right past third and down the line. A textbook double. And Madison didn't need to steal third base to get closer to home. Flashner helped him out there.
That's Flashner doing what he does best. Just keeping his head down and running.
And now this game is tied. It was 6-1 in the top of the third, Killian, and it looked like Amsterdam may run away with this thing, as they've done several times against the Blue Sox. But Utica's been resilient today. They know this is their last chance to beat Amsterdam in the regular season, and they're making it count.
So Justin Levine is now at the plate for the Blue Sox. He takes the first pitch high, 1-0. Game tied at 6. Hits are 7-6 in favor of Amsterdam. The Blue Sox have scored in every inning besides the second. Neither team actually put up a run in the second. Amsterdam scored in the second and the third. They scored 2 in the first, or excuse me, the first and the third. Scored 2 in the first and 4 in the third. Both teams had a monstrous third inning, a total of 8 combined runs.
That reminds me of that Amsterdam game that both teams scored 8 for their own side. Remember that one?
That was an absolutely wild game. And this one's grounded to left for a base hit. Flashner rounds third. He comes home. It's bobbled in left field. Taking off for second and sliding in safely is Levine. So we'll see what they end up crediting him with, because it looks like it was definitely mishandled out and left.
It probably would be a single and advance on an error, but Flashner likely would have scored anyway regardless of the error. The Blue Sox have come all the way back down 6-1 to take the lead 7-6. The lead is not safe when you're playing the Mohawks, but it feels pretty good right now.
And Jack Sweeney, who is still one home run away from tying the single-season all-time record, is now back up. And against a struggling Bruce, this could be his time. All of his swings today have been searching for the fences. Hasn't been able to make good contact yet. Could this be the time? He's got Levine at second base off the single and advancing on the air and left from Ezel. And he takes the first pitch that misses, 1-0. I thought that one might have been in there.
That looked to be a generous ball call, yeah. But I think part of the reason Sweeney hasn't gotten that home run yet is because he hasn't really got anything to hit. His first 2 plate appearances were walks.
1-0 to Sweeney. He takes that one in there for a strike in pretty much the exact same location as the previous pitch.
Probably a get-right call.
7-6 Utica. Hits tied at 7. 2 errors now for Amsterdam. And none for the Blue Sox. 1-1 to Sweeney, and he gets hit. And Bruce is just struggling right now on the mound.
It's just frustrating because Sweeney knows that he's 1 home run for tying the all-time single-season Blue Sox record, but he's got nothing to hit. It's been 2 uncompetitive at-bats resulting in walks, and then he just got hit by the third pitch in this at-bat. It just feels like he never had a chance today.
And I mean, you'd imagine that manager Doug Dillette might try to keep him in to chase down the record, but
It's possible, but they also could just let other people get in. I mean, Sweeney has gotten three plate appearances.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that this third time around might be the final time for most of these starters. Paratano's now up. He has 2 RBI on the day, so now the 4th place all-time RBI leader position belongs to him.
He's all by himself with 2 runs batted in today, RBI triple in the first, and a sac fly in the third.
And it was a triple that it felt like maybe could have gone out, but unfortunately for him, the wind did not help him too much. That ball kind of just died and dropped, so he ended up taking the triple, which I'm sure he's not complaining about. It's 1-1. Paratano of runners on first and second. Sweeney on first. Levine at second base. Sweeney has stolen a base already today, so you might see a double steal. The Blue Sox will do that on occasion, but probably not the position for that. 1-1 to Paratano. And he starts with that one outside, 2-1. So after Paratano, it's Connor Jones. It's been a red hot part of the lineup for the Blue Sox. Not red heart, close enough.
Tucking in emojis, Killian?
Maybe that's the new way that commentary is going.
I hope not.
Anticipating the industry. This one's pumped up foul. It's probably going to land somewhere.
You thought maybe it would land on the ceiling.
On the aluminum ceiling. It did not. I was waiting for the crash, and it never came.
Yeah, some pop-ups behind home plate just clank onto the ceiling overhead the home bleachers, but not there. Our ears got a little lucky.
It's always a interesting moment for the fans because none of them are really prepared for how loud it is. So
No.
You see a bunch of people jump in the stands in front of us. 2-2 the Paratano lines this in the right field. That drops for a base hit. 1 run comes in and scores. Rounding third to Sweeney. He comes home. He'll score easily. A 2 RBI double for Paratano. And he might have the 3rd place in his sights at this rate.
I know, he wants all the RBIs. That's 4 on the day. How about Anthony Paratano? He now has a double, a triple, and a sac fly. And the lead for the Blue Sox is 3. They were down 5 just a couple innings ago.
What a wacky game we have here. The Blue Sox have put up 4 runs in 2 consecutive innings. Amsterdam, you can tell, is not really used to this, even though obviously this isn't quite Amsterdam's A-team in the game today.
I think if the Blue Sox beat Amsterdam, it's a win regardless of who's playing, given the Mohawks season and how much terror they've caused Utica.
Leadoff pitch to Jones is in there for a strike. Connor Jones walked and doubled and scored a run on the day. After him, it would be R.J. Tomei. Blue Sox doing all of this with 2 outs.
It's 2-out hitting. That's one of the secrets to a good ball club, and the Blue Sox have shown that in spades today and throughout the year.
Sweeney chases after that one, 0-2. And so now an opportunity for Bruce to finally get out of the inning. Let's see if Connor Jones has something to say about it. The center fielder stands in the right-handed batter's box, ready to face the righty Ian Bruce. 0-2. And that one's popped up. That will end up maybe 10 feet behind the plate, and it will be easily caught there by Brady Mills. But that will retire the side, but the damage is done. The Blue Sox score 4 runs, and they lead it 9-6 after 4 innings of play. When we come back, Amsterdam tries to respond. Don't go anywhere. We are through 4 innings of play here at Murnane Field. It's 9-6 Blue Sox, and the Blue Sox have just completely butchered their defense. I mean, everybody has changed besides R.J. Tomei at first base and Caleb Miller at catcher.
Well, they've certainly shifted around players because Doug Dillette wants a lot of people to get some action in this game as a tune-up before the playoffs tomorrow. So we have 4 defensive changes along with the new pitcher. The new pitcher is Rowan Shaw. New at second base is Caden Fry. And an all-new outfield. Looking at it left to right, it is McCartney, Fernsler, and Carvelli. So a completely revamped lineup for the Blue Sox as they try and get a lot of players some time on the field today.
So Sweeney is not going to be able to get that record, at least today. He does have a shot at getting it tomorrow in the playoff game against Socrates, assuming he's in the lineup, which you imagine he would be. It is now Connor McCartney there to take his place. So Robert Mello at the plate. He took the first pitch there for a ball, 1-0. Rowan Shaw, the new pitcher for the Blue Sox. And here's a high fly ball into deep center field. Tracking on back is Fernsler. He makes the catch. Down goes Mello.
Fernsler tracked that well in center field. He's usually in the infield, but Bowden playing in center handled that well. And a sharp fly out, 1 gone.
Andrew Holub now comes on up for the Mohawks. His 3rd time up on the day. RBI single, a walk, and a run scored for him, so he's been pretty successful. His first time facing Shaw. The first pitch from Shaw misses outside, 1-0. And Morgan, you kind of figure that with the way that Amsterdam and Socrates both are, the only way that the Blue Sox really would realistically be able to get a win in those situations is by winning in a shootout, which they did last night against Glens Falls.
Certainly have a capability to win in a shootout with their offense.
And it looks like it's going to be that exact way right now, as we're not even into the second statistical half of the game yet, and it's already 9-6. This one is chopped. A great play there by Levine, making the throw, but it's dropped at first base by Tomei.
They may rule out an error at first base. It is an error. First of the game. They call it an error on the Levine throw. So the E goes to 5. So the first error for the Blue Sox. Amsterdam has 2 of them.
I mean, that was a beautiful play there by Levine. Just unfortunately, they just couldn't complete the play at first. It was a bit of a bouncy throw, though, so maybe a little more difficult than you would anticipate. The first pitch in there for a strike to Jordan Perry.
And Perry, the last time he came up in the 3rd, he launched a home run into deep center field, the farthest distance in the ballpark. When you look at the fences, that's 390 to center field.
The right fielder Perry trying to do that again. It would be a great way to re-spark some momentum for Amsterdam, who after scoring 4 runs in the top of the 3rd have conceded 8 consecutive runs and now trail this game 9-1. It was a 6-1 Amsterdam lead. But then the Mohawks started having some defensive struggles. That's brought us into this situation. Perry grounds this one foul along the first base line, 2-2. This new age Blue Sox defense in this game.
4 new fielders. I mean, we knew that there would be a time in this game where the Blue Sox would try to get more players in, making more subs than they would a typical game, and it's come in the 5th.
Interestingly, it seems like Peritano's been rewarded for having as good of a game as he has. He's still in at short, which makes sense. 4 RBI for him already. He's had a monster game, as it's now a full count to Jordan Perry. Here's the 3-2. And that curves outside, so Perry takes a stroll to first base, and this moves Halubu up to second. Zach Johnson now batting in the 8th position. The first baseman has struck out and walked already in this game. The tying run now at the plate here in the top of the fifth. 9-6 Blue Sox lead. 8 hits for Utica compared to 7 for Amsterdam. This one's chopped right to Paratano, but the flip to second is too high. This will score a run, and the runners will stop there. It looked like Halep was thinking about trying to go for home, but he ends up holding up at third base. So an error there for the Blue Sox from Paratano, and it's 9-7. Making it all the way to second base off of that was Jordan Perry. Or excuse me, was Zach Johnson. Perry's at third. Haleb scored. And now for Amsterdam, it's Brady Mills. Mills takes the first pitch in there for a strike, 0-1.
It's the second error of the inning for the Blue Sox. They want to get out of this inning just up 2. They don't want to give Amsterdam any more chances to put runs on the board.
0-1 with 1 down for Shaw. This one is grounded and fielded easily by Paratano. Now trying to catch the lead runner in a fielder's choice situation. They chase him down, tag applied, and the throw to second is not in time, so they will get 1. But a smart decision there by the Blue Sox. A run comes in and scores, but they get the lead runner.
It goes down as a 6-5-4 out. It went first to Paratano, and then to third base with Levine, and then to second with Flasher, the tag. So one of the more topsy-turvy outs that we've seen, with almost all of the infield getting involved.
Tyler Figueroa now at the plate with 2 down. Runner on second is Brady Mills, who was able to advance all the way to second base during the great chase down there of Jordan Perry.
It's now 9-8. I mean, a single ties the game in likelihood.
Or excuse me, the great chase down of Zach Johnson was the man who was tagged. Perry came in and scored on that play. A 1-run ball game. Amsterdam getting runs in whichever way they can. This one is grounded right to first. Shaw takes it himself, side retired. Amsterdam brings it closer. It's 9-8 following 4.5. The Blue Sox try to expand their lead when we come back. We're through 4.5 here at Murnane Field. 9-8 Utica lead. RJ Tomei up to the plate. He flew out to center and has an RBI single on the day. They're still trying to work some things out with the lineup here, are the Mohawks.
They make several defensive changes. And I'll reveal them right now. Zach Johnson moves from first to catcher. McLaughlin is the new first baseman, and Houghton replaces Figueroa at second.
Amsterdam trying to shake things up here, see what works before the playoffs. That first pitch that Tomei misses down low, it's 1-0. The only game in the East Division that really has any mattering is Oneonta and Boonville. It's currently 11-4 Oneonta in the top of the fourth, so the Outlaws making a statement as they try to clinch the playoffs. Tomei lifts this one into foul territory out in the left. Moving on in and making the catch is the shortstop, Pierce Jr. So Tomei flies out into foul territory, and up comes Xavier Smith. Robbie Carvelli. Smith was replaced by Carvelli.
First step after Carvalli after Smith walked and grounded into a force play.
Trying to see what Carvelli can do. Carvelli commonly plays out in right field. That's the position that he replaced. And he takes that first pitch in there on the outside edge for a strike 0-1. Probably didn't really think that one was a strike. Kind of shook his head a little bit before stepping out of the box. Regardless, it's 0-1. That one is swung through and quickly falling behind is Carvelli. 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, fly ball in the foul territory. That one will go out of play, and it'll bounce around somewhere where a few kids will run after it. Searching for a souvenir, 0-2. 2 errors on each side. The Blue Sox committing both in the top of the 5th. Now with 1 out, Robbie Carvelli trying to get the Blue Sox their first base runner to the side. And he grounds this one, a beautiful sliding play, and down, or no, they say he's safe. They say McLaughlin fell off of the bag.
Wow, that was a really close play.
I mean, it was a beautiful snag by Pierce Jr. at short, and they just could not complete the play as McLaughlin fell off the bag.
Goes down. It'll go down as a hit, not an error. So it's an infield knock for Carvelli, and it brings up Madison.
And so now, umpires coming together.
Do you think they may reverse this here? They're talking with...
Well, I mean, if they reverse it, you'd imagine...
Talking with Griffin.
Yeah, if they reverse it, you'd imagine it'd be something...
They rule it safe.
Yeah, that the home plate umpire would say. So clearly, home plate umpire either didn't have a great angle at it or saw the same thing. So Ethan Madison is now on up. Madison, the EH, did not get replaced during the whole bunch of replacements that happened for the Blue Sox. The DH and the EH position remained untouched for them. It's 0-1 as he took that first pitch in there for a strike. 9 hits and 9 runs for the Blue Sox. The 0-1. And Madison grounds this one to third, easily fielded by Rivera, looking for the double play. They get the first one, but they don't get the runner at first base. So the runner at second goes down, but ultimately they aren't able to turn the double play.
Pinch hitting for your Blue Sox from San Marcos, California. Designated hitter, number 34, Jack McWilliams.
And then Jack McWilliams is pinch hitting for Christian Cerrones. The Cerrones night is done after 2 at-bats, and Here's McWilliams replacing him.
So the DH ends up getting altered after initially they don't change the EH position. McWilliams here briefly having a conversation with the umpire, just trying to get his things in order. 2 down, runner at first base, which is Robbie Carvelli. Or excuse me, Ethan Madison. Leadoff pitch to McWilliams does not come. Instead, we get a pickoff attempt at first base, which fails. Only 1 or 2 pickoffs have been successful here at Murnane Field this season. That was not one of them. Here's the leadoff pitch to McWilliams. Runner thought about taking off at first. Good move by Madison there that he ended up just going back.
No stolen bases for Amsterdam so far. Their only time they tried to steal, Rivera was caught stealing on what might have been a wild pitch.
That pitch misses outside, and so it's quickly 2-0 to McWilliams. You have to wonder if Madison maybe thinks about taking off again. He already has a stolen base on the day. And he was really close to taking off a couple pitches ago. Let's see what he does. Here's the 2-0. Madison does take off, but it's fouled off, so he makes his way back to first base. He would have been in easily, though. So the foul ball robs him of a stolen base. After McWilliams, it's Caleb Miller. First time we see McWilliams in this game as he relieves Christian Cerrone of his DH duties. The 2-1. And a high fly ball from McWilliams. That goes foul, and it'll land way out of play. Taking a bounce and taking a big roll while about 12 kids run after it. It's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runs for Amsterdam in the top of the 5th, and 2 errors for both sides. Two to McWilliams. Madison tries taking off again, and again it is spoiled by a foul ball. Poor Ethan Madison.
I know, right? He wants that steal badly.
He wants to be in scoring position desperately. And
he aches for it.
McWilliams is not helping him out right now. It's 2-2. We'll do it again. I would not be shocked if they try to check up. They don't. This one's fouled off his foot, so we'll do it again. Madison stayed put that time. For the 3rd time now, it's 2-2. McWilliams in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the pitch, and he swings through it, strike 3, and that retires the side. So Amsterdam does not concede any runs in the bottom of the 5th. It remains 9-8 with the Mohawks trying to take the lead back when we come back for the top of the 6th. Don't go anywhere.
shortstop number 13,
Bobby Pierce Jr. due to lead off. The shortstop, it's 4th time up on the day. A single, a strikeout, and a ground out, and a run recorded for him as he faces Rowan Shaw. The leadoff pitch from Shaw, and showing bunt there briefly was Pierce Jr. He pulls back 1-0.
And here's the schedule update from across the PGCBL. We have one game final. Olean took down Niagara Falls 6-3 at Bradner Stadium.
That pitch in there for a call strike, 1-1.
Also in the Western Division, Newark leading Geneva 1-0. It's bottom of the 2nd. And Elmira trailing Auburn 2-0 in the top of the 8th at Falcon Park.
The 1-1 is down low, 2-1.
And the games of more interest for the Blue Sox and especially Amsterdam, given they don't know who they're going to play yet. Oneonta leads Boonville 11-4. Mohawk Valley needs an Oneonta loss, and they're not getting help from them right now.
And that one's in there for a called strike. It's 2-2.
And finally, a game at Canteen Field. Socrates trailing Glens Falls 2-0.
That game also meaningless. Both teams locked in their respective spot. The Blue Sox will face Socrates tomorrow night.
It could have some meaning if Socrates gets a little rusty from that game and maybe has some of those habits move over to the playoff game. Unlikely, the Stallions are going to be ready for the game. They are the defending champions, but it is possible that if they come up flat in this game that it may carry over. But you're right in terms of no meaning on the standings, though.
This one swung on, and it is fielded cleanly at second. A great play by Fry, and he easily turns that one to Tomei for the first out. So down goes Bobby Pierce Jr., and up comes Aiden Dill.
center fielder number 32, Aiden Dill.
Dill had an excellent game here at Murnane Field earlier this season, had a 2-home run performance, but since then he's been kind of quiet when playing the Blue Sox on the road. He has a single on the day, a line out and a ground out, and a run recorded. So quiet in terms of Amsterdam quiet. And he skies this one into shallow right. Carvelli is there, he makes the catch, and down goes Dill.
Shaw would love a quick inning to dispel any thoughts of giving the lead back up to Amsterdam right here. And he's one batter away from doing that. If he can retire Ezel, making his second appearance, replacing Belza.
Ezel continued his red-hot ways the last time he was up. A line drive single to center. And judging by how the infield is aligned right now, that hole that he hit it through last time looks to still be present. So he might try to pick for there again, or he might go for the massive hole in right center. Leadoff pitch outside, 1-0. Sun slowly starting to go down. Rain showers have mostly stayed away. We had one close call earlier tonight, but that was really it. One and 0 to Ezel. And that's in there for a called strike. And Ezel gets some instructions from the third base coach and steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Shaw choosing his pitch, and he gets ready. 1-1. Here's the delivery from Shaw. Swung through for strike 2, and now an opportunity for Rowan Shaw to get out of the side with no runs conceded. And the first 1-2-3 inning of the game for Amsterdam. 1-2 coming to Ezel. Shaw has slowed his pace a lot here over the last couple of batters, taking a lot of time between his pitches, and that offering misses high and outside 2-2.
Trying to be very deliberate and not give up any mistake to Ezel because he knows that Andrew Ezel could smash anything that's over the heart of the plate. He wants to be very selective with his pitches. He's got 2 strikes on him.
It's 2-2. There's a delivery from Shaw. Swung through.
Just made contact. That was so close to being strike 3.
And he is going to be thanking the baseball gods there that he did not go down swinging. Just able to make contact, like you said, Morgan. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for the Mohawks. Shaw continuing to take his time. Here's the 2-2. In there, almost hits him. The count runs full. Shaw being very particular about what he's throwing. Taking his time. Making Ezel wait for him. The payoff is in there, called strike 3. Shaw throws a great curveball, and that retires the side. No runs allowed for the Blue Sox. It remains 9-8. And when we come back, the Blue Sox look to add on a couple more. Caleb Miller to lead off for the Blue Sox in the bottom of the 6th. Facing a new pitcher for the Mohawks, Geshowitz, getting the nod as he comes on in.
So Geshowitz is replacing Ian Bruce on the mound, and we got a couple other defensive changes for Amsterdam. Andrew Ezel moves from left to right field, and Evan Taylor is the new left fielder.
And Morgan, we were saying it during the break, this might be the most cursed scorecard that we have seen this season.
It's just a lot of defensive changes, so you have to make a lot of different crossing out motions, just change a bunch of different things, and this is the kind of game that calls for it, really.
Both teams trying to figure out what works, what doesn't before the playoffs. As of now, it looks like it'll be Amsterdam facing Oneonta, as the Outlaws are really starting to run away with that one. It's 0-2 quickly here to Miller. Miller, one of the few position players that didn't change for the Blue Sox. He lines this one right to Rivera. And so down goes Miller as Rivera had to make a couple steps to his left and snag that one at about his chest level. So that's one out for Utica. And we're back to the top of the order. But this time it's Caden Fry leading off instead of Michael Flashner. So Flashner's day comes to an end. He ended at 2 for 2 with an RBI and 2 runs scored himself. And now the chapter begins for Caden Fry at the plate. First offering from Geschewitz is outside 1-0. A beautiful night for baseball. The fans have certainly showed out for this one. 1-0. A high fly ball into deep left center. This one goes back, and it will die in the air. Aiden Dill comes on over and makes the catch. Looked like it had a chance for a second there, but unfortunately no wind to help that one out. Dill able to come on over and make the catch.
Now here comes Levine, his third plate appearance, second at bat. He walked and singled in the game, so Levine's been very productive coming in for Francella.
The third time we've seen Levine on today. He's walked and had an RBI single and scored 2 runs. And an excellent day for him. First pitch in. There's a strike from Geschewitz. Amsterdam made a number of defensive changes. Haven't had to see really any of those come into effect yet, as we had a fly ball to center and a line out to Rivera. Neither of them had changed out. Dylan Rivera been in the entire time for the Mohawks, as it's 1-1 to Levine from Geschewitz. Here's the pitch. Curves in for a called strike on the outside edge. 1-2. Mohawks searching for their 34th win. They trail by 1. The Blue Sox look to expand their lead. Nobody on base, 1-2, and 2 down. And a little bloop hit into right. An easy play for Ezel. So Ezel in his new position gets his first action on the day, and that retires the side. So no runs for either team in the 6th inning. Amsterdam gets their opportunity to tie things up when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Gabriel Rivera leads things off. He's one of the few players for Amsterdam that hasn't had his position changed or hasn't subbed in. The third baseman caught a line drive in the bottom of the 6th, now leads off the top of the 7th. Rowan Shaw's back in the game for the Blue Sox, but
Shaw's been pretty solid over the last few games. He's turned into a dependable back of the bullpen guy. He had some struggles earlier in the year, but Shaw had a very nice end of the last inning with a strikeout looking of Ezel, and he's had some really good pitches in this game, similar to the last couple.
Here's the pitch. That one is grounded right into the Blue Sox bullpen.
Now, if you don't mind, Killian, I'd like to go through the entire defensive changes to both sides just so everybody gets it. Pierce has been at short the whole time, same with Dill at center. Belza was originally in left, and Ezel came in, and now it's Evan Taylor. Gabriel Rivera is at third base. He stayed there. Mello's still the DH. Hollop's still the EH. Perry is replaced by Ezel in right field. Zach Johnson was the first baseman. Now it's McLaughlin. Johnson replaced Mills at catcher, and Houghton replaced Figueroa at second base. All in time for the next pitch. Thank you very much.
1-1.
It's 1-1. Shall we go to the Blue Sox? I don't think you have a choice.
You know what? Why not? Let's go up to the Blue Sox.
All right. Well,
We'll do it after this pitch to see if you can time it between pitches like you did last time.
I think I can. Woo, that was a
That is
rocket.
an absolute monster of a line drive foul.
All right. Fry replaced Flashner at second base. Levine replaced Francella at third base. McCartney replaced Sweeney in left. Paratano stayed at short the whole time. Fernslow has replaced Jones in center. Tomei's been at first the whole time. Carvelli replaced Smith in right field. Madison's been the EH the whole time. And Jack McWilliams pinch hit for Cerrone at the DH spot. Caleb Miller has been a catcher the entire duration of this contest. Back to you, Killian.
If you were able to understand that whole thing, please let us know in chat. I would be very impressed
I don't think anybody understood.
just with the sheer number.
It's just so many defensive
changes.
And we expected that in this game, but it's still pretty staggering to think.
1-2. That one's fouled off, so we'll do it again.
But I mean, I kind of like all these defensive changes because it gives every player in the regular season, one final chance to put a stamp on the season before the playoffs come around. I think it's good that everybody gets the playing time, so everybody feels fresh for the playoffs tomorrow. You don't want anybody to feel rusty and feel like their sequence is out of order.
A towering pop-up. About 4 Blue Sox move in for it, and ultimately making the catch is Robbie Carvelli. 1 down.
Just to finish that thought, I mean, I just think that everybody getting a chance to play in the final game, especially because the game doesn't have any bearing on the standings, is good because everybody gets to not feel out of rhythm going in to the postseason tomorrow. And we have another defensive change. Anthony DeCesare is in the game, and he's batting right now.
This is a common starter for Amsterdam that we're seeing get brought in later on. So they are trying to give most of their normal starters reps, but mixing some new players in and out. So Robert Mello's night is done. DeCesare replaces him at the DH. And what can DeCesare do here against Shaw? 1-0. He takes that pitch in there on the inside edge for a called strike.
DeCesare, one of the most prolific batters in Amsterdam's lineup this season, 10 home runs.
A 1-1. Swung through by DeCesare on the curve. And now an opportunity for Shaw to strike out one of the better players on this Amsterdam team. One, two. Here's the pitch from Shaw. Swung on, a fly ball into right center, and that's going to drop, and it goes off the hand of Carvelli. But stopping at first is DeCesare, so DeCesare has himself a single and elects to not take off for second, which turns out to be the right decision since Carvelli was able to run that one down after it hit his hand on the bounce. Raul Rodriguez.
He's pinch hitting for Andrew Holub. So another defensive, well, not a defensive change, it's more of a pinch hitting spot because Holub isn't in the field, or wasn't in the field, and Rodriguez now at the plate.
The DH and the EH have now been relieved of their duties for this game for Amsterdam.
If you're keeping track, every player except the top 2 in the lineup have been subbed for.
And you imagine that their number is going to get called eventually.
Yeah, Bobby Pierce and Aiden Dell both have gotten 4 chances at the plate each.
Called strike 1 and 2. One, two. And it nearly hit him. It looks like it ended up making contact with the dirt before it was able to get there and strike Rodriguez. Two and two. And that one hits him. So he almost gets hit on the previous pitch, and then that one gets in there and strikes him. So with one down, it moves the runners up, and the tying run is now in scoring position. Evan Taylor now comes up. Leadoff pitch, down low for ball one. Runners on first and second for the Mohawks. Go-ahead run at first base. Tying run in scoring position. Trying to make contact off of Shaw. In there for a call strike 1-1.
This is a big moment for Shaw. I mean, the tying run is at second base for Amsterdam. The go-ahead run's at first. One big extra base hit here for Taylor or somebody else could easily give Amsterdam the lead. This is a big moment, and he hits him.
So Taylor gets hit by the pitch. So he will make his way off to first. The bases are now loaded with one out.
The catcher, number 26, Zach Johnson.
Zach Johnson now up. Absolute insanity with the order for Amsterdam, changing things up. And now, Blue Sox call time, as it looks like it probably will be the end of the day for Shaw. Not seeing a new pitcher come out of the bullpen yet, so this might just be a mound visit. And that looks like that's exactly what it's going to be. Zach Johnson at the plate. Bases are loaded for the Mohawks. In the top of the seventh inning, they try to tie this game with one down. What can Zach Johnson do? And he takes that one in there for called strike one. So Shaw getting off to a bit of a fast start. Shaw's been a lot slower with the pace of his pitching compared to how he started this game. And that theme's kind of continued. That one's down and in the dirt, nearly skips away, but a good recovery from Caleb Miller. One and one. Blue Sox outfield skewed towards left field, infield in their normal positions. Bases loaded for Zach Johnson. And Johnson flies this one, going on back and making the catches. Carvelli. Runners will tag. And so one run comes in and scores. The game is tied at 9, and everybody is safe. So runners now in scoring position at second and third. It's an RBI for Zach Johnson as Anthony DeCesare came on in. And now it's Chris McLaughlin.
So it's a 9-9 game, but can Shaw get out of this inning with the game still square. That's the goal right now.
Chris McLaughlin in at first base. Came in relief of Zach Johnson, who moved down the catcher. That first pitch is in there, but Blue Sox don't get the call. It's a low 1-0. Runners at second and third. Go ahead run 90 feet away from giving Amsterdam the lead back. As that pitch misses down low, 2-0. It's been a interesting game here at Murnane Field today. Plenty of substitutions, plenty of runs, plenty of chaos. What else do you expect from an Amsterdam Utica matchup?
You
Besides
nothing,
maybe the substitutions.
You expect nothing but that, I think. It's very much in line with this rivalry.
Now, I'm sure Amsterdam wouldn't quite call it a rivalry, considering that they have not lost to the Blue Sox once this season.
It's a fair point.
But the Blue Sox definitely treat it as one. It's 2-1 here to Chris McLaughlin. The Blue Sox in a tie game with the Amsterdam Mohawks, trying to defeat them for the first time this season on the final day of the regular season. And that pitch misses outside, and the count goes 3-1, and so Shaw in danger of walking the bases back loaded. The 3-1. Shaw takes a breath and delivers. High fly ball. It goes into foul territory. It's chased down by about 4 Blue Sox, and making the sliding catch is Anthony Paratano. 3 Blue Sox were all after that one, and Paratano goes down and makes the snag. The Blue Sox get out of it with only 1 run conceded. It's tied at 9 following 6.5. Utica tries to respond when we come back. Connor McCartney leads it off in the bottom of the 7th for Utica. It's tied 9-9. We haven't seen a game go to extras here at Murnane Field since Pink the Park night on May 31st. Could this be the second time that happens this season?
I think you mean Kids Day Out. Pink the Park night was a couple days ago.
It was a specialty night nonetheless.
It was yeah, it was. Well, that was the only game we've seen go to 10 innings. There was an extra innings game in a doubleheader that went to 8 innings. That was the Socrates win. But you have a fair point.
Yeah. The only full game. Getting hit by the pitch there. And taking his base was Connor McCartney. So Paratano, who has 4 RBI on the day, he has a triple, a sacrifice fly, and a double. Now he has the opportunity to potentially get his 5th RBI. Every time he's been up to the plate so far in this game, it has resulted in a run scoring. Does the theme continue? Peritano would certainly like it too. The 1-0 he stares at, and it misses 2-0. That one's in there for a called strike, 2-1. The Mohawks and the Blue Sox tied at 9. 8 hits for Amsterdam, 9 for Utica. Each team with 2 errors. That one's down in the dirt, and the count goes to 3-1. And Peritano looks to potentially be only a pitch away from taking another trip onto the bases.
So Peritano's had 2 hits. Every single time he's come up to the plate, he's gotten at least 1 RBI. The only time he didn't reach base was a 3rd inning sac fly that he almost hit out of the park.
The 3-1 is chopped down, and it goes foul. I mean, that was chopped to the point that Peritano might have beaten that one out had it stayed fair, just because of how slowly it was moving. But it's a full count now to AP. Outfield is backed up. Probably the smart decision considering the game that Peritano's had. Every time he's been up, he's sent the ball into the outfield. 3-2 coming. And it missed outside. Peritano takes a stroll on the first base.
What a game for Peritano. It's a double, triple, sac fly, and a walk. And it's 2 on with none out for Fernsler.
So Bowden Fernsler comes on in. No outs, runners on first and second. He's got Peritano at first and McCartney at second. Neither of them reached base by recording a hit. Peritano walked, McCartney got hit by a pitch. After Fernsler, it would be RJ Tomei.
Combined 17 hits for both of these teams.
And now, brief mound visit here for the Mohawks. They talk some strategy and figure out how to attack Fernsler. It's quickly 1-0. So probably talking about how to attack the situation with nobody down.
Big moment in the game.
The go-ahead run is at second base, so in scoring position. And finally, the umpire's coming in to break up this mound visit, which is really going on for a while. And so the mound visit concludes. And guess where it's with? An opportunity to get out of a jam with nobody down. The 1-0 showing bunt, and then getting the called strike there was Bowden Fernsler, the center fielder. Infield at the normal positions besides first, keeping tabs on Peritano. The 1-1. And that one's low, 2-1. So the Blue Sox just trying to prevent Amsterdam from getting out of this jam. Utica knows that this is a huge opportunity for them to go back in front and maybe tack on an insurance run or two. The 2-1 is swung on, Strike two. And so an opportunity for the Mohawks to record their first out. Amsterdam taking quite a bit of time here between pitches, making sure everything is perfect and they're all on the same page. So that pitch is outside and the count has run full.
And Killian, one more ball and the bases will fill up for Tomei, unless he is pinch hit for. But whoever's up next will have 3 on with one more ball.
The Mohawks have got to try and limit what the Blue Sox can do here. 3-2. Swung on, fouled. As that pitch appeared to be pretty inside. But Fernsler able to stay in the at-bat. It's a tie game at 9 in the bottom of the 7th. A final regular season game for both these teams, both playoff bound. The 3-2 is outside and the bases are loaded with nobody down.
And as it's been common in this game, the Blue Sox have runners on without getting a hit. They've loaded the bases this way in this inning.
RJ Tomei is back up. So they do not substitute or pinch hit for him. He will stay in this game.
Tomei is flown out and popped out, but he has hit an RBI single.
Infield moves way in, and Tomei fouls this one down 0-1.
Force plays around every base, so if there is a play to home, Amsterdam was going to want to throw to the catcher to get the out without needing to tag.
Infield all barely staying on the infield dirt. Everyone is trying to get this force at home and prevent the Blue Sox from taking the lead back in the bottom of the 7th. 1-1 to Tomei. Here's the pitch. And that one's in there for a called strike on the outside corner. 1-2. So Amsterdam back in the position where they're a strike away from giving the Blue Sox their first out of the side. 1-2. Here's the pitch. And that is dropped into center field for a base hit. One run comes in and scores. Here comes Peritano. He's in. And the Blue Sox take an 11-9 lead.
Tomei all day. Another RBI single. This one giving the Blue Sox the lead back in a series all season where Amsterdam has done this exact same thing to the Blue Sox. Utica giving them a taste of their own medicine with some big late inning magic.
Robbie Carvelli now up. Waiting to see if maybe Amsterdam makes a change in the bullpen, but
they don't have anybody throwing, so it seems like it's Gesevich to try and get the 3 outs here.
And the first pitch from Geshevitz in there for a strike 0-1. Robbie Carvelli already with a single on the day. The Blue Sox trying to build their lead back up. This game's been going nearly hitting the 2-hour 45-minute mark and getting hit by the pitch is Robbie Carvelli. And the bases are loaded again with nobody down, and a call to the bullpen it looks like coming.
They're going to bring somebody up. No outs recorded for Gesevich. Gesevitz, excuse me. Hit by pitch, walk, walk, single, hit by pitch for him.
So we will step aside here for a moment while Amsterdam warms up their new pitcher. Nobody down and the bases loaded. The Blue Sox already with 2 runs in the side, looking to add on when we come back. We are back. Aiden Scott, the new pitcher for the Mohawks, trying to get them out of this bases loaded, nobody out jam. And Morgan, if you're the Blue Sox here, what do you think the message is to these hitters coming up?
Don't let Amsterdam get out of it easy. Make them work for every single pitch, make them work for every at-bat, and they've done that all game, and they should continue to do so. Ethan Madison is up, and he has a great chance to drive more in. Already has a single on the day.
The extra hitter, number 15, Ethan Madison.
So Ethan Madison with the bases loaded. And the Blue Sox already with 2 runs on the side and nobody out has the opportunity to really put an exclamation mark on the inning for Utica. It's the 3rd multi-run inning on the day for the Blue Sox, the 3rd and the 4th. They recorded 4 runs in each, and they've recorded 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch in there called strike, 0-1. 10 hits on the day for Utica. Madison hoping he has the 11th. The 0-1 is down in the dirt and had to get blocked there by Johnson. 1-1. Aiden Scott inheriting a really tough situation. A big opportunity to make an impression going into the playoffs if he's able to get out of this, but he falls behind 2-1. You'd expect to see Madison probably be a little selective with his bat in this situation. The 2-1. And Madison holds off, and that proves to be a good decision. And now the Mohawks are 1 ball away from walking in another insurance run. (3-1). Scott takes a breath and delivers. Line drive into left center, base hit. 1 run will come in and score. 2 runs will come in and score. And the Blue Sox lead at 13-9. A 2 RBI single for Ethan Madison.
And the Blue Sox want to put the dagger in Amsterdam today. They're having a monster inning. Madison is 2nd hit of the day.
So Jack McWilliams now comes up.
Still nobody out in the inning. This could be a very long inning.
First pitch from Scott to McWilliams is a strike. McWilliams relieving the Cerrone in the DH role. In this game for the Blue Sox, the DH has struck out every single time it's been up, regardless of who it's been. McWilliams hoping that this isn't the same fate that befalls him this time around. He's already 0 for 1 with a strikeout swing. That happened back in the 5th. Runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. And that misses 2-1. The Blue Sox holding a 4-run lead, looking to expand on it. Still nobody down. The 2-1. And that's high, and the count goes to 3-1, and Scott is now 1 pitch away from loading him up. The 3-1 fouled off, and the count goes full. Caleb Miller is up next. Miller's 0 for 3 on the day, barring a triple play.
That would be crazy. The one thing we didn't get all year could happen in the final regular season game, but
I mean, it is the type of game where it feels like that could happen. And going down swinging, tag apply, that completes the K. So McWilliams strikes out. Now for the 4th time today, the DH has gone down in the form of a strikeout. Caleb Miller now comes out, but the runners do advance on the double steal. Miller 0 for 3 on the day, but an opportunity to drive in 2 more. It's already a 4-run inning for Utica. What do they have in the tank here? Leadoff pitch from Scott. That one misses, ball 1.
An interesting component to the Blue Sox scoring habits. 3 of the 4 innings they've scored runs. It's been 4 runs exactly. 4 runs in the 3rd, in the 4th, and now in the 7th after 1 run in the 1st.
You know they don't want to end up with only 4 runs scored with this prime opportunity in front of them. That one's fouled off 1-1.
I think for Miller, just lift the ball high enough in the air, get a sac fly at minimum. If not, get your first hit of the game. Just try and get as many runs home as possible. As you know, Amsterdam can explode with their bats themselves.
The 1-1. And that one is down and in the dirt, 2-1. And Amsterdam just unable to throw strikes.
It's part of the reason why they're down. I mean, just 2 hits in this inning, otherwise 2 walks and 2 hit by pitches. They've done it to themselves a little bit.
2-1 coming from Scott. And that one swung through by Miller. That was a hefty swing. And the count evens up at 2. Infield playing in at the corners, out at the middle. Outfield slightly skewed off towards left field. And Caleb Miller trying to drive in some more runs for the Blue Sox. 2-2 coming. Strike 3, got him swinging. So back-to-back Ks for Scott. And back-to-back batters where he falls behind early in the count but is able to work his way out of a hole. So we're back to the top with Caden Fry. Fry's 2nd time up. He flew out to center. And with 2 down, Utica gets 1 more chance here to tack on a couple more runs. First pitch misses, 1-0. The Blue Sox up to 11 hits on the day, hoping Fry has the 12th. And Fry stares at that one down low, 2-0. A lengthy side here for the Blue Sox. They just need Levine to come up to the plate, and then that would mean that everybody in the order for Utica has come up in the bottom of the 7th. That pitch is taken 2-1. Caden Fry staring down the opportunity to drive in some more insurance for the Utica Blue Sox. A 4-run game. Fry holds off on that one. And the count goes to 3-1. The Blue Sox, as it stands right now, are 6 outs away from taking down the Amsterdam Mohawks for the first time this season. But knowing the Mohawks, that's easier said than done.
For sure. Even with some of their substitutes into this game, it doesn't matter. It could still beat you so many different ways.
And a ground ball to second base, and an easy throw to first. Side retired, so the Blue Sox put up 4 once again, but are unable to do any more after that. It's 13-9 following 7. There are 2 innings left in the regular season for the Blue Sox. Amsterdam tries to respond when we come back.
We're back in the 8th inning. Blue Sox lead 13-9, trying to beat Amsterdam for the first time in the regular season. James Houghton leads off for the Mohawks against new pitcher Nicholas Pucinelli. Nick making his 10th appearance of the year, coming out of the bullpen here in the 8th. First pitch is up high for a ball, 1-0. The Blue Sox put up 4 in the bottom of the 7th inning to take the lead after Amsterdam tied it in the top of the frame at 9. Here comes the 1-0. Grooved inside, ball 2. Pucinelli with an ERA over 6. He's made 2 starts on the year. He has a win-loss record of 2 wins and 1 defeat. And he comes home with a 2-0. Swing and a fly ball, scraping the sky, left field, and over everything. Out of play, 2-2. Utica, if they win, they'll go to 26-17, and that would be their final regular season record. Blue Sox making the playoffs this year for the 7th straight time after a slow start that really kicked it into gear towards the end of June. That's outside, ball 3. Correction, it is a 3-1 count, not a 3-2 count. Here in the 8th, foul ball was only the first strike. Here's the 3-1 now. That's in there for a strike. It's now 3-2. The normal PGCBL schedule is 44 games. The Blue Sox will play only 43 due to a rain-suspended game against Socrates that will not be completed. Another fly ball off to the left side and another one foul. And several pint-sized fans chase after it. So Houghton staying alive. Batting in the 10th spot, replacing Tyler Figueroa at second base. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a line drive into right and past second for a base hit. So leadoff single for Houghton, and he gets the inning started well for Amsterdam. To the top of the order, it's Bobby Pierce Jr. 5th at bat for Pierce. He is 1 for 4, singled in the first. After that, a strikeout and 2 groundouts to second. After Pierce, it would be Dill. First pitch, misses the zone. Into the glove of Caleb Miller, ball 1.
For Utica in this spot, I think the biggest thing is just avoid these free base runners. You got to make Amsterdam work for these things, which the Mohawks are more than capable of doing, but giving them free base runners is only going to make it easier for them to get back into this game.
Swing and a miss at a slow curveball, and the count evens up. 1-1 to the leadoff man. Shortstop digging in a 1-1 count with a man on. And the pitch from Pucinelli. Runner takes off. Swing on a line drive, right field. That ball gets down just inside the chalk line, all the way into the corner. That plates a run. Houghton around from third. He scores from first on the double by Pierce Jr. It's a 13-10 game in the 8th.
And that's why I said, Amsterdam is much more than capable of really pulling things together late in games. And that's another example right there. It's now a 3-run game.
Here's Aiden Dill with a runner in scoring position and not out. Dill is 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored. The Blue Sox trying to win the finale against Amsterdam and go into the playoffs on a mini 2-game win streak. First pitch of this at-bat. Misses the zone. Miller had to get on 2 knees and slide to his left to field that ball and prevent it from going to the backstop for a wild pitch. 1-0. The 1-ball pitch is foul to the left side and behind the netting. 1-1. Beautiful sunset to our left. Bright orange and red hues contrasting with the ever-increasing dark gray sky that should befall us as the night continues to pass. That ball bounces in. No advance from second. 2-1. None out in the 8th. Amsterdam refuses to quit. They're down by 3. And here comes the 2-1 offering from Pusinelli. Served on the ground, picked it first, and then it gets under the glove of Tomei. Flashner tries to get him. Couldn't do it. So 2 on, first and third, and it brings up the tying run for the Mohawks.
And this is what Amsterdam will do. They will put you into bad positions to where you can make mistakes like that, and that's exactly what happened right there.
Call it a single on Dill. Despite the Blue Sox having a chance to field it, here comes Ezel for his third at bat. He has singled and struck out. So Ezel is the right type of hitter you want if you're Amsterdam to try and tie up this game. Mohawks looking to end the regular season with a win. As the first pitch is taken low and an advance to second base on a stolen bag for Dill. His first stolen base of the game and the first overall for the Mohawks. So if Amsterdam wins, they'll finish the regular season with a ridiculous record of 34-6-1. 41 games played. They are definitely the favorites to win the whole thing. The 1-0 gets away from Miller, no advance. With runners at second and third, it's 2-0 on Ezel. Dangerous spot for Pusinelli, Killian.
And Morgan, brief update around the PGCBL.
Sure.
Oneonta currently leads Boonville 17-8 in the top of the 8th. So as of how this stands, it's looking like Amsterdam's going to be facing Oneonta in the first round tomorrow night.
Thanks, Killian. 2-0. Hacked foul. It also appears, barring a crazy comeback, that Boonville will finish the regular season on a 20-game losing streak. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 men in scoring position for the Mohawks. 1 hit could cut this lead to 1. The 2-1 blocked low. And 1 more ball away from loading up the bases. Pusinelli's got to be careful. Amsterdam is just a relentless ball club that just when you think you may have enough distance from them, you probably don't. Just when the Blue Sox thought that 4 runs is safe, it now doesn't look so safe. 3-1 pitch. High fly ball popped into right. Flashner moves over, foul territory, makes the catch. Big first out. So Ezel's retired for the second consecutive time, and now it brings up Rivera. He's 1 for 3 with a double and a walk.
Third baseman number 29, Gabriel Rivera.
Threat is not vanquished yet, but 1 out does help the worries of Blue Sox fans and of the club themselves. De Cesare on deck. Then Rodriguez would follow. First pitch dropped in for a strike.
It's not the part of the lineup you want to face if you're Utica in this spot. Blue Sox got to just get quick outs here and force Amsterdam to have to use the 9th to make a multi-run comeback, because otherwise it's going to be really difficult for the Blue Sox to hold on.
Count 1-1. A correction, Fry made the catch in foul territory for the out. He's replacing Flashner at second base. Michael started the game. It's now Caden at second, and he made the grab for out number 1. Fry is at second. Tomei's been at first. Levine is now at third in a new spot. That's lined into left and down for a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes the second run. No throw to home, and it's 13-12. A 2-run single for Rivera. A 3-run inning for Amsterdam, and they're not done.
And now this is not the guy you want to face in this spot, especially. You got De Cesare, who's been one of the hottest hitters for Amsterdam this season. He hasn't been really able to get going against the Blue Sox in specific, but in general, he's been one of their best players. And now only down by 1. He has an opportunity to really flip the script.
Runner moves from first. It's a foul ball. He has to go back. To Cesare. The 1-1 pitch is hacked foul to the right side and out of play. And it clinks on the top of the right field bleachers. On deck, Raul Rodriguez. He was hit by a pitch his first time up in the 7th. And now the 1-2 pitch to Cesare. Long wait in the delivery. Blocked low by Miller. He's been busy tonight. It's 2-2.
And Cesare has done a great job of just keeping the pitches that he wants in the back of his mind and not going on anything else. He's a very smart hitter, and it's showing right now.
3-2. The count runs full to Cesare. No advance for Rivera as Miller threatened with a pump fake. This game has been crazy. 25 combined runs. We're not done yet. There's ball 4. And a walk with 1 out for Cesare, and that puts the go-ahead run on base. Here's Rodriguez. Second plate appearance for him tonight. Pinch hitting for Holub. And the Blue Sox will make a mound visit. They possibly could bring in somebody else. Nicholas Pisanelli's on the mound right now. What do you think the strategy should be pitching-wise for the Blue Sox, Kellyanne?
I mean, you got to be careful. That goes without saying, because Amsterdam, I mean, they're just so dangerous, right? Like, anything the Mohawks can do in this situation is not going to benefit Utica. And you still got 3 more outs you have to get on them after this side, and you've only gotten 1 on this side so far. So the Blue Sox have to be extremely careful of how they approach this, because this game is already getting turned upside down on its head. It could get done even more if the Blue Sox start throwing meatballs over the plate.
Everybody talking with Pisanelli, the infield, remember the coaching staff. And Pisanelli's still on the mound here with 1 out and 2 on in the 8th. So the run totals look like this for Amsterdam. 2 runs in the 1st, 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. For the Blue Sox, 1 in the 1st, 4 in the 3rd, 4 in the 4th, and 4 in the 7th. Rodriguez is ready after waiting for the mound visit to conclude. Rivera at second to Cesare at first. And the opening pitch of this AB. Rodriguez shows bunt and takes the ball away. Now, I think if you're Pisanelli, I think you wouldn't mind a bunt getting a second out, because that means that just 1 more out, you can escape the inning with the Blue Sox still leading. But the bunt couldn't connect there. Doesn't square on a 1-0, and that's taken for a strike. Breaking ball at the lower part of the zone. It's 1-1. On deck is Taylor. Evan Taylor placing Jordan Perry in right field. Pisanelli, a long wait. He's on the rubber, checking the runner at second. 1-1 is a line drive, and that deflects off of the glove of the third baseman, Levine. And the bases are loaded. Almost a line out, but just a little bit too well hit to be grasped. Wow.
And now the opportunity presents itself for Amsterdam to put themselves in the lead and put the pressure on Utica.
Here comes Evan Taylor after the single by Rodriguez. What a moment here for Evan Taylor. Single likely gives Amsterdam the lead. First pitch is outside, ball one. A walk brings in the 13th run for Amsterdam. A hit by pitch would do the same. Same with a wild pitch. So many chances for Amsterdam to strike here in the 8th. The 1-0 pitch from Pucinelli. Ball two. Last time Taylor was up, he got hit by a pitch. Amsterdam scored just 1 run in the 7th inning. Scored 3 in this inning and threatening for more. The 2-ball pitch misses again, and it's 3-0. And 1 more ball, and it's a tie game. Blue Sox led 13-9 in the bottom of the 7th, and this game is completely shifted in the top of the 8th. 3-ball pitch. Strike one. Big pitch for Pucinelli to get back in the count.
And you'd imagine that there's probably going to be some bullpen action from the Blue Sox coming soon if Pucinelli continues to struggle.
3-1. Ground ball, third base, throw home is wild, and the game is tied, and they can't get any outs. Wow.
I mean, it's the right decision to try to go to home, but Peritano just only, I guess, didn't set enough before trying to make that throw and rushed it. It's a tie game.
We're tied at 13, and the bases are reloaded for Zach Johnson. Scoring on the play, Rivera. Now at third to Cesare. Now at second, Rodriguez. That's ball one, and now at first, Taylor. 4 runs in this inning for Amsterdam. They cannot be quieted. The 1-0. Missed again. 2 balls, no strikes. Blue Sox have players throwing in the pen. See what moment Doug Dillette may pull the trigger. Seems like we could be getting close to that moment. Pucinelli's behind, 2 balls and no strikes, and the pitch is a high drive into left field. That ball will be caught by McCartney. Here comes the tag up from third, and Cesare scores, and Amsterdam takes the lead 14-13 on a sacrifice fly. 5 runs in the 8th inning. Second sac fly for Zach Johnson on the game, and now here comes McLaughlin, with Amsterdam still not done.
And now it looks like we'll get a call to the bullpen from Utica.
We will take a break, and when we come back in the 8th inning, Amsterdam holding the lead, and a new pitcher coming in for Utica. Don't turn away. The new pitcher for the Blue Sox in the top of the 8th is Hunter Harmon. He's trying to keep this game a one-run affair. Amsterdam now leading. They've scored 5 in the 8th, and they still have runners at first and second. 2 gone. Here's Chris McLaughlin. First baseman, second at bat of the game. Liner in the left, base hit. Here comes the throw to the plate late, and it's 15-13. Scoring on the play is DeCesare, RBI single for McLaughlin. And the inning continues for Amsterdam. They've scored 6.
Second baseman number 15, James.
And we were kind of wondering, Morgan, where the true Amsterdam was.
It's
We saw a bit of it in the 3rd, and now it's really coming out in full effect here in the top of the 8th.
Second at bat for James Houghton in the inning, and he swings away 0-1. If there is any solace, the Blue Sox would still have the 8th and the 9th to come back. And we've seen how good their offense is today. So this game's far from over. Harmon just really needs to get this out. Double steal. Throw to second. He is out. And that's the top of the 8th. Nice play by Caleb Miller to second base to end the top of the 8th, but the damage is done. Amsterdam puts up 6. They lead by 2. We are back. Bottom of the 8th. It is 15-13 Amsterdam. What are your takeaways from that top of the 8th, Killian?
Well, my biggest takeaway is that the Amsterdam that we knew was there, we didn't really see it this game up until the 8th, and that's when they really exploded. Now the Blue Sox, they've dug themselves a bit of a hole. They're down by 2, but they have 6 outs to get it back.
Justin Levine leads off for the Blue Sox. After Levine, it would be McCartney and then Peritano. Aiden Scott remains on the mound for his second inning of work, and the first pitch is pumped in for strike 1. Also, another defensive change at second base. Houghton is replaced by Andy Kai. There's a strike, quickly 0-2 to Levine. Amsterdam has come back in full force. Top team in the league, leads by 2. And the 0-2 pitch bounced in, ball 1. The 1-2 pitch. Missed outside into the glove of Johnson. It's 2-2. Can Levine get his way on base and bring the tying run up to hit? The 2-2. cut on and missed. He struck him out, and Levine is done. 1 out in the 8th for the Blue Sox.
Left fielder number 7, Connor McCartney.
Here's McCartney. He got hit by a pitch and came around to score in the 7th inning, taking his second plate appearance in relief of Sweeney. One out, nobody on. And the opening pitch cut on and missed. Another fastball by Scott. He's looked impressive. It's 0-1.
Morgan, I think the biggest thing for the Blue Sox in this position, where you're down to 5 outs left, you just have to swing the bat at anything you really think is in, because they got to find a way to get on base. And right now, Amsterdam is not doing what they were doing earlier, which was throwing ball after ball after ball. They're being a lot more accurate with their pitching right now. So if you're the Blue Sox, you have to be a lot more aggressive with your hitting. You got to adjust. And I think that's going to be really one of the only ways the Blue Sox can get back in this one. They're only down by 2. They're not out of it by any stretch, but it's going to be tough with just how good Amsterdam's pitching is looking right now.
So Zach Johnson saying some words to his pitcher. The umpire coming over saying, let's finish it up, and Johnson's finished. All right. Back in the at-bat with McCartney. The count, no balls and 1 strike. Bottom of the 8th, 15-13 Mohawks on top of the Blue Sox. Scott set, and his 0-1 pitch is bounded right to the mound. Great play. The reflexes of Scott gets the out as the throw to first is in time. 2 out.
And I mean, Aiden Scott, that was just almost looked effortless. He just kind of stuck his glove out and snagged that ball, but now you have a very tough out in Paratano.
Paratano is the last hope for the Blue Sox if they want to continue this 8th inning. It's getting late here on a Sunday night. First pitch is upstairs, ball 1. Paratano has tripled, doubled, walked, and hit a sac fly. 4 RBI and 1 run scored for him. He's had a fantastic game. The 1-0 pitch is pushed on the ground to second. And that'll do it for the 8th. We go to the 9th. Amsterdam leads by 2. We return for the top of the 9th inning. Amsterdam leads Utica 15-13. With Killian Efron, I'm Morgan Spriggs. As the regular season comes to a close, the Blue Sox and Mohawks have played an appropriately zany game.
That's one word to describe it. Morgan, I would personally describe it as a Utica versus Amsterdam game. Because it feels like every time these two meet, just insanity happens out in the field, and you never really can predict what's coming next.
First pitch is outside for ball 1. James Houghton was batting when there was a caught stealing to end the 8th. So here he is in the 9th as that ball goes to the backstop, 2-0 from Harmon. Blue Sox will be at Saugerties for the first round of the playoffs tomorrow. And they want to try and win this game to go in on a high note. That ball is hit well to right. Carvelli is going back. He watches that ball go up and over the wall. Forget about it, a home run. It is 16-13 Mohawks as James Hutton takes a trip around the bags. Amsterdam scored 7 runs in the last 2 innings. I mean, simply put, you have to give the Mohawks credit. Their offense is one of the best I have ever seen at any level. It is simply relentless.
And Morgan, I think the other thing is that this is now the 3rd game this season at Murnane Field where both teams have scored more than 10 runs between these two. I mean, just what the offenses, when these two get together, just put on a show.
Here's Pierce Jr. Count 0-1 from Harmon. And now the 1-strike pitch. Served into right center field. That ball drops in for a base hit. Fernsler cuts it off. Wiping out after going to first is Pierce, but he gets back to the bag with a single. Now brings up Aiden Dill. Singled his last time up and scored. 29 combined runs in this game. And replacing Dill is Andy Kai, so Dill will not get the at-bat. It's Kai coming in. First pitch, strike. So Kai replacing Dill as the substitutions do not cease. Hot shot down the line and foul. It's 2 strikes.
I think the best thing here for the Blue Sox is just make that home run the only run that Amsterdam puts up in the top of the 9th.
Give yourselves a chance in the bottom of the 9th. Just down 3. Your offense can come alive. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 1 down. Harmon picks up the K, his first. And it brings up Ezel.
We have fireworks going on now. Interesting.
Yeah. 4th of July is coming past, but we're still celebrating.
That's a first this season.
Now I've heard fireworks in the distance before, but I haven't seen them up so close, like right in the outfield. I don't know if anybody was allowed to do that, but we're gonna ignore it, okay?
Yeah, those types of fireworks are definitely illegal in New York State.
Ezel pops one up, foul, and it drops into the first row. So the count, no balls and 1 strike. Runner on at first and 1 out in the 9th. Amsterdam leads by 3. 16-13 is pretty much a football score. And we're having football training camps coming up soon in the NFL and college football. But this is a baseball score right now.
These two have put together many football score-like games.
Here comes the throw to second, and it's into the outfield. And what's more important is we just had lightning overhead.
And that was a beautiful arc of lightning
I mean,
over center field.
Beautiful to look at, Kelly, but not beautiful for the game because
I mean, it's
they
not
want to finish this contest right now, right?
Absolutely, and umpires aren't immediately delaying the game. From what I'm looking at right now, this is probably 10 to 15 miles north.
Okay.
So the game should continue at least for now. I mean, but that was something.
In the air to left. Peritano hauls it in. 2 gone. Brings up Rivera now.
Morgan, I feel like this is another one of those games where we can say, what have we not seen at this point? We've seen fireworks, we've seen lightning, we've seen
29 runs.
We've seen triples. And there's more fireworks now out in right field.
It's some pretty gorgeous fireworks. I mean, these aren't the cheapies. This is the nice premium stuff.
Yeah, these are definitely illegal in New York State.
Okay,
But
listen, I'm not from here, so I'm going to take a pass. I am from New England. I'm sure many people are booing me from home as I say that. It's 1-0 that count to Rivera, who singled his last time up. But I'm from nearby Ithaca College, sort of nearby, so know my way around New York a little bit. The 1-0 is outside 2-0. Runner on at second. That's Pierce. Singled and stole a bag. And as the fireworks rain on overhead, past the foul pole, Harmon throws a 2-0. He dropped it in for a strike. Went with the slider on the lower corner.
he synced that slider up with the fireworks that time, too. And when slid in just as we got another airburst.
He may know something we don't. 2-1, the pitch. Popped up into right center field. Carvelli races in and secures the out. To the bottom of the ninth we go as the Blue Sox regular season is wrapping up. Utica needs 3 to tie and 4 to win. Put up or shut up time for the Blue Sox trying to beat Amsterdam for the first time in their 8th and final meeting of the regular season. Utica needs 3 to send it to a 10th and 4 to walk it off. But Killian, we have a big update in the Oneonta game. What do you have for us?
Well, the Amsterdam Mohawks will be facing the Oneonta Outlaws in the first round tomorrow night. The Outlaws, I believe it's officially gone final. It's ended at 17-9. The Outlaws hand Boonville their 20th straight loss. And Oneonta gets ready to pack their bags and head to Amsterdam. And they get their shot at upsetting the overall #1 seed in the entire league.
The Blue Sox haven't lost at home since they were defeated by Boonville 4-3 on June 27th. Just about a month later, that home win streak is severely threatened right now by Amsterdam's 3-run lead. Bowden Fernsler leads off in this inning as the Sox try and put up one last stand. Fernsler walked his first time up and his only time up. He also came around to score. First pitch is called for a strike on the breaking ball. Still in the game at pitcher, Aiden Scott. We're going to close things out with his 3rd inning of work. We'll get credit for the save if he goes full 3 outs here. The 0-1 is in tight. Fernsler had to contort away, and the count evens up 1-1. So Amsterdam is going to face Oneonta in the first round. Meanwhile, the Blue Sox season isn't over. They're going to be out Socrates in the 2-3 matchup in the East Division. The 1-1 not made, a step off for Scott. The Blue Sox have had some magic of late, some big comebacks. This would be the biggest of them all. It wouldn't matter for the standings, but it would matter a lot for morale. The 1-1. Couldn't catch the zone on a fastball, and it's 2-1. Some defensive changes for Amsterdam. Andrew Ezel is now in center. James Hutton is in right, and Andy Kai is at second.
And Morgan, this now means that Andrew Ezel has played at every position in the outfield in this game.
Also important, it's 3-1 to Fernsler.
He started in left, then went to right, now in center.
Scott with a 3-1 pitch. That ball's outside, he walked him. And a leadoff base on balls for Fernsler. That's a way to get a rally started. Anything can happen in an Amsterdam-Utica game, including a big-time comeback for the Blue Sox right here. Second walk of the game for Fernsler, and here comes Tomei. He's taking his 5th at-bat. He has singled twice on the day. He's also popped out and flown out. What can RJ do? Scott's first pitch misses the zone into the glove of Johnson, and all of a sudden some of the misfires translating to balls for Amsterdam has popped back up after it was a huge part of the Blue Sox putting up a lot of the runs in the middle of the game. The 1-0 in for a strike. Snapped the curveball down at the lower part of the zone. On deck, Carvelli, who's gone 1 for 1 with a single and a hit by pitch. Scott ready. And the right-hander's 1-1 pitch. That's hit well, very well to center field. Ezel is racing back, and that ball is off the wall. Second and third for the Blue Sox. It's a double for Tomei. And the tying run will come to the plate.
What a turn of events there. I mean, that ball was smoked in the center field. It didn't quite have enough on it to get out, like the home run we saw from Amsterdam earlier. But that ball was absolutely smoked in the center.
Here's Robbie Carvelli. Already has a hit on the day. He's reached base both times. He's come up to the dish, replacing Xavier Smith on the night. So Aiden Scott trying to earn the save. He's in some trouble now. 2 in scoring position. First pitch. Dropped in for a strike. Good pitch on the outside corner, and it's 0-1 to Robbie. On deck is Ethan Madison. Scott ready. Checks the base runners. The 1-strike pitch. Strike 2 to Carvelli. So a hit wouldn't tie the game unless it's a home run. Blue Sox still need to get another hit or two to really feel like they could tie up the score, perhaps win. The 0-2 is tapped on the ground. Second base, the underhand toss to first is in time for the out, and a run scores. It's 16-14. Scoring on the play, Fernsler, RBI ground out for Carvelli. And the Blue Sox get a run closer.
So now tying run back at the plate for Utica. And you'd imagine here, if you're the Blue Sox, you're just trying to get this ball down and get the run home with only 1 out.
Here comes Madison. Tomei is at third, advanced on the ground out after his double. And another strike for Scott. And he's really pumping in those strikes ever since allowing the double.
He's going a lot heavier with his fastball now. He's kind of avoiding the off-speed stuff, which got hit off of him earlier on. He's attacking with more velocity.
1-1 on a pitch down low near the dirt. So if the Blue Sox get a hit here that isn't a home run, it would bring the winning run up to the plate. The 1-1. Madison takes a strike inside half of the zone. 1-2. Ethan Madison at the plate. On deck, Jack McWilliams, who struck out twice tonight, 0 for 2. The 1-2 pitch from Scott. Strike 3 called, and there's 2 out. Big out for Scott as Fernsler goes down looking, and the Blue Sox are down to their final strike.
Number 34, Jack McWilliams.
Here's McWilliams. He needs a hit, or needs to get on base in any way to extend the game. If he gets a hit that isn't a home run, that makes it a 1-run game. Blue Sox on the brink of losing for the 8th straight time to Amsterdam. First pitch, strike 1. Scott is really pumping in those fastballs for strike calls. And it's 0-1. Can the Blue Sox pull out some magic? They're down to their final out in the 9th. Trailing 16-14. The 0-1 pitch. Strike two. And Amsterdam's one strike away from picking up another win. McWilliams being selective with the pitches he's seen, but those are a couple pitches that were in the zone, but couldn't find enough reason to swing. That ball just low. 1-2. And the game continues.
It was in a similar spot to what got them that second out on the called strike. Blue Sox benefiting from that one. Now what can they do with it?
The 1-2 pitch is fought off and popped up. No play for McLaughlin. So McWilliams stays alive in a 30-run game. Both teams have combined for 30. Blue Sox need to match 16 from Amsterdam. They have 14 right now. They have a runner at third, but 2 out. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Foul tipped in the mitt, and the game is over. Amsterdam goes 8-0 against the Blue Sox in the regular season. They win it tonight, 16-14, and both teams will get ready for the playoffs tomorrow.
Well, Morgan, the big takeaway, I think, from that one is that Utica, oh, man, that one's going to sting. Because the Blue Sox, it felt like they had the Mohawks at multiple different points, but Amsterdam just keeps finding a way to claw back into the game. And, Morgan, I feel like this is why they seem like the obvious pick to come out of the East this year.
So Amsterdam will host Oneonta tomorrow. And the Blue Sox will be at Saugerties 6:30 tomorrow in the division semis. Any last thoughts from the game, Killian?
Well, my biggest thought from this game is that for Utica, I mean, you got to just forget about this quickly. You got to have a short memory and get ready to play another elite offense in Saugerties tomorrow. I mean, that's kind of the downside of not having a rest day, right? Because this loss still might be in the back of your mind, even though they probably felt like this was a winnable game. You just got to forget about it and get ready for what truly matters tomorrow in their playoff game that could potentially end their season if they aren't able to get it done against Saugerties.
Final score once again, Amsterdam 16, Utica 14.
Well, Morgan, with this most likely being our final broadcast on the season here from Renane Field, I would like to say that it was a pleasure being able to cover the Blue Sox games this year. It really was a fun ride from their low points to their high points. Able to come back from being 6-11 to ultimately ending the season. I think they were 26-18 or 25-18. One of the 25-18. I mean, just an absolutely beautiful run in the back portion of the season. It really was a pleasure being able to cover their games.
Thank you, Killian. Well, this is probably our last broadcast of the season, barring some upsets in the playoffs, so if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to say a few words as well. But why this has been the greatest summer of my life. Thank you to my bosses, George Deek, his great family, Gemma Jordan on my side. I wrote a little something if you couldn't tell, if you can bear with me a little bit. Appreciate you guys for giving me this opportunity. I got to call a great ball club, one that has so much heart, grit, and galvanizing spirit. I wish you guys the best of luck in the playoffs. I'll be watching all along the way. Thank you to my fellow interns, Taylor, Brian, Matt, Julia, Kate, and Molly, for being so much fun to work with every day. Thank you to PA announcer Tim Best, who always had the pronunciations down to a pat to help us every game. But my broadcast crew is people that I've worked closest with. Thank you to my producer, Louis Leibowitz, for working tirelessly every day to make this broadcast better than the one before. I really appreciate you. My partner, Killian Heffron, I mean, you're coming in as a high school kid and you already have so much talent. You made me better every night and you made me laugh every night too. So thank you so much. And one last thanks to my family for supporting me as always. That's why this has been the greatest summer of my life. Thank you so much for being along for the ride all season long. It has been a supreme pleasure. And let's hope for the Blue Sox to do great things in the playoffs coming up. I'm Morgan Spriggs saying goodnight from Utica, New York. I wish you a very pleasant Sunday evening. Thank you.